Yes. Is it live? Yes, I think it's live. Please confirm audio, video, everything is fine. Hello. Yes, I think it's fine. Please confirm audio, video, everything is fine. Hello. Just a second. Yeah. Okay. So yes, so we had a lighter discussion in the morning. Yeah. Hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome back. So yes, I was saying ki we had a lighter discussion in the morning, and we just had a glance of the paper ki how it looks like, what was the difficulty level, what all topics were asked and all. But now let's delve deeper. Right, let's go deeper into this particular topic, and Harpreet sir will also be joining me. He'll be taking up society and geography in this particular discussion, and I'll be taking up history segment, as you know. I'll be talking about all the history questions, for example, your ancient medieval culture, modern India, post-independence, and world history. So 6 questions were there from these topics, total 5 topics, six questions. So yeah, the total of 6 questions, 75 marks came from history, and rest 100 from geography and 75 from society. So yeah, please confirm audio video all fine. Hello everyone. Hello. Mic testing. Mic testing. I'm audible. Okay, great. So let's start the discussion. Right. So I'd also asked all the students who are there on my Telegram channel. I'd also asked you to basically try it first, right? Especially if you have finished history, society, geography, or of some part of it, whatever you have finished, try attending those questions so that you get to know ki sometimes it is like ki we have a lot of knowledge, and the question which is asked is basically demanding very limited discussion, right? We cannot pour everything what we know. That is one part. But sometimes we feel ki we know about this topic, but a lot of time when we start writing, we realize ki we don't have enough content, or we don't have the exact perspective which the question is asking. Our knowledge sometimes is not able to fulfill the demand of the question. So that is something you will get to know when you actually write an answer. So that is a very important thing. It's not only about theory, knowledge, in mind you have it, but what you write in the copy is more important. So I hope you have written the answers, you tried it on your own, and now we are going to discuss what could have been the approach, what could you can say what all content could be fetched into that particular answer. So let's start the discussion. So yeah. So yeah, so paper one. So this is general studies paper one. Right. So yes, so number of questions. So 6 questions are from Indian heritage and history, which I'll be discussing. 6 from society, which Harpreet sir will take up, and geography also Harpreet sir will take up. Right. So let's talk about this. Also, I told you ki if you want to get your copy evaluated, right? If you want today's discussion or today's general studies paper one, whatever you are writing, right? If you want to get it evaluated, you can actually join this simulator test. Just upload your copy over here, and you will get feedback. So that this is a very good initiative. So either in Hindi or in English, whatever language you are choosing, you can upload your answer. It's a free batch. You don't have to pay anything, right? It's free of cost. This will help you assess your level of preparation, right? I hope you do it. So you'll find the link in the comment section, right? And from there you can go into it. So I'll be taking first 3 questions, which is 10 marker, 150 words. Also, I'll be taking 10th question, 11th one, Jotiba Phule, and 12th and 13th. Total 6 questions I'll take up. Rest 14 questions will be by Harpreet sir. Okay, so let's directly jump into the discussion. So first question, discuss the salient features of the Harappan architecture. Right, so Harappan architecture. So let's come to our rough board. Yes, so first question is salient features of the Harappan architecture. So along with just instead of just looking at the answer, let's try brainstorming what is the demand of the question and exactly what all things you could have written into it. So I hope you all have done it. So let me know what all points are there in this particular question. So discuss. So this is a simple 10 marker question. It's straightforward. By the way, history segment is more or less I'll say easy to moderate, right? Now most of the questions are easy. At some places we can say ki haan, it is bit moderate or to the tougher side to a very light extent we can say. So otherwise easy to moderate is the level. Everybody who has read history could have easily answered all these questions. Right now again what matters is what you write and how you write. So discuss the salient features of the Harappan architecture. Yeah. So tell me, how is Harappan architecture? What all things we are going to talk about over here? Yeah. First of all, in introduction, right? And it is better to tell something about Harappa. है ना कि what is Harappan, right? And then we can go ahead or just talk about, let's say, talk about the context कि हाँ, you know, how the Harappan architecture is. है ना? So some you can say you know, context can be given over here कि हाँ, what Harappan architecture is all about. So that can also be an introduction and will be a better introduction. Also, after introduction or along with introduction, can you also make a small map? Right, na, like कि हाँ, just show कि हाँ, this is Harappan, right, na, something like that. Maybe if you want to add river to it, you can, right, na, but at least you can say कि हाँ, this is Harappan civilization, mature phase. This will be impressive, right, na, कि हाँ, you know कि हाँ, there are three phases. There is starting phase or initial phase, regionalization era, and then there is mature phase, and we can also add years to it. Ki haan, 2600 to 1900 BC, this was there, right? This is the first diagram. We can go ahead with this. Other than that, town planning, drainage system, very good. So yes, so haan, so definitely, if we make a plan of a particular city, let's say model town Mohenjo-daro, ki haan, we can talk about citadel. And this diagram could be easily made. Yes. Also, citadel is on the higher ground. On the lower side, we had a lower town. And then in lower town, we have grid planning. And all these things could be drawn in seconds. And again, just label ki haan, this is lower town. This is citadel. Yeah. Plus, you can talk about grid planning over here. You can also talk about drainage system along with the roads. And rest, you can talk about the houses. Ki haan, there are houses. You can also explain one house. You can also talk about sanitation. Yeah, anything else? Burnt bricks. Right, in houses and everywhere, you can talk about burnt bricks. Usage of burnt bricks. Multi-story, 1 or 2 story houses. Plus, here we can talk about some private buildings. Right, and a beat granaries, great bath, or instead of marking them, better to mark them. And again, there is a great bath. There is some college of priests, pillared hall. Again, even if this much detail you are not going to label into examination, that is also fine. But at least a rough, you know, 2-block sketch could have been drawn. Right, so it's a very simple, straightforward. In fact, the first question is more like confidence booster. Right, it's a topic which everybody knows. So I'm assuming that you'll be able to write this. Water harvesting system, very good. Right, your answer will become different when you talk about more things like water harvesting system. Example, where it is Dholavira. Plus urbanization also can include it had writing. You can mention C's are there. It's a proof that there is writing. You can also, in a very nutshell, you can also talk about the culture of this area. Ki haan, there are sculptures, bronze is there, metalworking, etc. And one more thing, when the you know, architecture, again, let's go back to the question. It is talking about architecture. So can we also talk about there are some cities like Mohenjo-daro who has slightly different plan, right? Massive walls. Yeah, plus also it has what? It has a middle town. So it has basically 3 segments. Also in Lothal, what? There are 6 segments rather than 2. Yeah, and also these will be brownie points. And this will make your answer slightly different from others. I'm not saying कि these are very different point. Nobody knows it, but still, if you remember to add them, it will add weightage, right? And it will add weightage, right? And so this was very easy question. So let's get back to the question now. Yes. So yes. So yeah. So Harappan architecture, right? Now again, you can mention along with those diagrams, you can talk about key years reflects advanced urban planning, civic sense. Yeah, advanced. Yeah, advanced urban planning. Talk about civic sense or sanitation, technological advancement, technological ingenuity, making it one of the earliest examples of a well-organized city architecture in the world. So either you can go for explaining what is Harappa, or you can go for context. Context is better. Why? Because Harappa everybody knows. It's a very basic thing. So instead of defining Harappa, it is better to explain the context, show ki how you know the answer. Also, we have very limited words with us. 150 words only. So it is better to aim at the answer only rather than talking about the definition for such a simple thing. And then you can talk about, you can elaborate on the things we have discussed: urban planning, citadel, drainage, right, residential structure, public building, fortification. All these things you can take up, and it will be much better if you have written examples into it. है ना कि there are some examples as well. Yeah, simple. Everybody has done that. Yeah, right. Similarly, conclusion. So Harappan exemplifies technical expertise, civic planning, yeah, civic planning and social organization, laying the foundation for urbanism in the Indian subcontinent. And so on a similar line, we have concluded, we have given a summary, कि this is something we have seen in Harappa. Simple question, straightforward question. This was more like a confidence booster. कि very first question is very simple, which is about Harappan civilization, simple salient features of the Harappan architecture. That's it. Yeah, chale, let's go ahead towards the second question. Done, everybody? Anything else? Did I miss something? Weighted system with church, stone and all. Again, try understanding ki the focus is on architecture. Right, so let's stay on urbanization, let's stay on town planning and all. Right, the major focus should be there only. Instead of going into religion, culture, society, right now we should focus on architecture. Ki if they are talking about architecture, let's talk about the architecture only. है ना कि the buildings etc. That is something we should focus upon. As I said, if you have space and if you want to dedicate one paragraph over, can say cultural aspect of this area, you can. But that is not the basic demand of the question. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead. Second question. Okay. Second question. Examine the main aspects of Akbar's religious syncretism. Right now, Akbar's religious syncretism. First of all, this question is googly for so many. Right now, this question is like, people are not expecting anything from Mughal era. Right now, but UPSC by this question has declared, right now, this is a declaration ki we are not bound by the other discussions whatever happening right now, right? We can ask, if in the syllabus they have said ki Indian history, they can ask any aspect of Indian history, whether it is there in your NCRT or not, right? UPSC does not care. The UPSC has discussed has asked about Akbar's religious syncretism, Akbar's religious policy, Akbar's tolerant policy. Yeah, so yes, so Akbar's syncretism they had asked. So I hope you have not skipped this topic. Yeah, so if you have read Akbar, you know ki there is a tolerant policy of Akbar. Again, let's go back to our rough ground. Yes, okay. So examine the main aspects of Akbar's religious syncretism. Syncretism here is what? Amalgamation. Ki syncretic, he basically syncs all the other religion, or he basically syncs all the other, you can say, thought process, sentiments, etc. So syncretism. So examine. Now when UPSC asks you to become an examiner, right? Now when they ask you to examine, as an examiner, you look at both the aspects. Right, on a positive aspect and negative aspect both. So here we should be able to give some drawback, some limitation as well, along with explaining what exactly the policy is, what it actually aims about. Yeah, okay. So yes, so because not because this question is tough, because a lot of us have removed you can say Akbar from our discussion, from our reading, that makes this question bit tough. Otherwise, it's a very simple, very easy question. Okay, so now let's talk about Akbar's religious syncretism. So first of all, Akbar's religious whole thought process is based upon Sulah Kul. Now, Sulah Kul itself is not a religion. This is a thought process. This talks about religious tolerance or tolerance in general. And this tolerance has to be implied into administration. Has to be implied into legal system. Let's put it here only. Legal system. Along with the social aspect. Social aspect, you can talk about Deen Ilahi. Ki haan, there is a common faith. Deen Ilahi, which can be a common religion of everyone, which preaches monotheism. Yeah, so our whole answer is not only focused upon a social aspect, but bringing that religious tolerance, or basically tolerance, as the basis of the philosophy, or the basis of the whole administrative structure. So be it administration, be it legal system, everywhere. And this brings like कि हाँ, there should be social equality. If you remember, Akbar started something like Ibadat Khana. Now, Ibadat Khana is what? Ibadat Khana is about dialogue. Yeah. Honestly, how many of you were able to do this? Yeah. Yeah. Dialogue. Why dialogue is important? See, it is very important to have dialogue between religions, across the religions, so that when there will be dialogue, people will get to know the other's perspective. Okay, what Hinduism thinks, what Zoroastrianism thinks, what Christianity thinks. So that is the reason ki in Ibadat Khana he used to have this debate amongst the religion. One thing he also needs to understand ki haan, what every religion talks about. Another aspect is ki haan, these religious people should also get to know each other's point of view. And if there is dialogue, people will get to know ki haan, other religion also talks about similar thing. Ki haan, there is somewhere similarity in religion. Every religion more or less talks about same thing. So if that understanding comes into the people, automatically there will be what? Automatically there will be you can say harmony. There will be tolerance. People will respect each other religion. Right. So that is something which is very important. So Ibadat Khana is not about only holding religious discussion, but it is also inculcating, it is also popularizing this culture of debate, right? And this debate is important. Debate between the religions are very important, right? And that aspect is very important. So yeah, so it is about social equality, it is about Ibadat Khana. Again, yeah, this social equality or administrative system, again, same one more thing which comes out of over here is one of very famous policies, he had abolished jizya system. Yeah, he had abolished jizya system. He had abolished pilgrimage tax. There should be no discriminatory policies, right? Whether it is jizya, whether it is some other kind of tax which is levied over a particular segment only, that should not be the case. Yeah, so that is very important. Ki haan, out of this thought process, first of all, we need to understand the thought process. UPSC has asked about the thought process. If you understand the philosophy, you can very well answer this question. If you understand the thought process of Akbar, and somewhere this Akbar's thought process, and you can write it as well, ki haan, somewhere it is similar to, this thought process is similar to Ashoka's Dhamma. Ashoka's Dhamma. You can draw this parallel as well. Yes, that would be impressive. Ki haan, if you can draw this parallel, ki haan, this is similar to Ashoka's Dhamma. Ashoka's Dhamma is also about tolerance. Ashoka's Dhamma is also about ki haan, there should be Vyavhar Samata, Dand Samata. There should be no discrimination on the basis of word system. Right, so that is also he has proposed. So haan, so somewhere you can add this as well, ki haan, this is similar to, and that is the reason ki a lot of philosophers, a lot of historians say ki haan, Akbar is the great, or Akbar is the philosopher, right? Na, because of this thought process, because of this philosophy. I hope you got the point. One more aspect which comes out of this thought process is his Rajput policy. Now again, if you have space, you can talk about Rajput policy. you can talk about nobles of all the religions. He respected nobles, he had mansabdars from all the religions, and there was no discrimination as such. And one of the most important aspect was Rajput policy. His, you can say, his support towards Rajput, not only for his administrative need, but overall as well. He was very, very tolerant, or he was very supportive of Rajputs, and he had a lot of mansabdars which were Rajput. Right now, so you can also talk about that aspect. But before you write this answer, I want you to read Akbar. Right, because now you know that this can come again. For example, UPSC had asked Vedic religion last year, and then they repeated that question next year. Right, so do not assume that since UPSC has already asked Mughal era in this particular year, so next year or next to next year it will not be there. It might get repeated. Right, so do not assume like that. Right, maybe this will come again. So my idea is, my recommendation is that please read Akbar, read his religious policy, and also another aspect for prelims examination. If it has come in main examination, it can also come in prelims examination. So do read his revenue policy as well. Right, his bandobast. So that can also come up. So now Akbar becomes important, right? Those who are not appearing this year or something, right? You are lucky that you got this warning here, right? And especially, those of you or students who are appearing this year, right? And might have faced challenge because they had skipped Akbar. Okay, so again, let's come back to the answer, right? So Akbar's religious policy promoted. Again, since it is clearly about Akbar's religious syncretism, so here you need not define Akbar, ki who is Akbar, right? This is very, very obvious. Prominent things should never ever be defined. Do not define Gandhiji, do not define Akbar, do not define Prithviraj Chauhan, right? So the prominent personalities, the main personalities, the famous personalities should not be defined, right? Here again you need to talk about the context, ki this is about what. So Akbar's religious policy, again, so Akbar's religious policy promoted tolerance, dialogue, synthesis of belief, aiming to create in his diverse empire while aiming to create unity in his diverse empire while maintaining political stability. Right, main aspect, then you can talk about Sulh Kul, then debate, Ibadat Khana, Deen Ilahi, abolition of Jizya, patronage of art and temples. Again, one more thing we missed, right? Very, very important. Not only this, but there is also cultural aspect. He was into recognition of lot of festivals, and the most important thing, his architecture. Yeah, why we call it Indo-Islamic? Because it's a mixture of, right? For example, his Fatehpur Sikri. So Fatehpur Sikri is, Fatehpur Sikri is what? Fatehpur Sikri is mixture of Islamic architecture and Rajput architecture. A lot of Indian architecture thing actually portrays into your Fatehpur Sikri, right? So that example can be given. Yes, you can give example of Fatehpur Sikri over here, and that will complete. It is providing harmony not only in political side, right, but also society side, right? So that is the basis of the whole thought process that you can portray in your copy. Okay, so patronage of art and temples, administrative inclusion, all these things you can write. Yeah. Drawbacks. So as I said, we also need to talk about some limitations in this. There are some limitations. Now the major limitation of Akbar Sulh Kul is, for example, Buddha created a sect, Buddha created a philosophy, thought process, and then what Buddha did? Buddha basically traveled and taught, right? He had gone to places, he met people, he created Sangh for the propagation of this philosophy. Was Akbar able to do so? No, his thought process or somewhere he lagged or he missed this aspect. He thought since he has given a philosophy, this will automatically become popular. That is definitely not the case. So somewhere you can say initiative behind propagation of the philosophy, propagation of this policy was missing. So his overall thought process or the administration was based upon this policy, but this thing did not become very, very popular. This Deen-e-Ilahi, you can say religion, not followed by so many, right? And a very, very few, and Muslims basically rejected it, right? And Birbal was following it. Otherwise, rarely anybody was following it. So that also shows Yeah, that also shows that's a major limitation over here. So limitation. So yes, so one of the major limitation is acceptance of Deen Ilahi. Then you can also talk about his, you can say, lack of initiative in propagation of this. That deep-rooted religious sentiment is somewhere saying कि हाँ, he was not able to bring everyone. This reform and all was not bottoms up. He was not able to influence, make people aware and bring into this system. That was his failure. So you can talk about this policy. Yes, elite-centric policy. Mostly people on the top and the people and nobles and all, they were aware of it. But otherwise, it was not well rooted, not well propagated. Partial reversal by successors. Now, because it was not properly, you can say, transmitted. So, as soon as Jahangir came on throne, he was you can say not as tolerant, or he was not as an ardent follower of this policy as Akbar was. So conclusion is that Akbar's religious syncretism strengthened social cohesion, promoted tolerance and set a precedent for inclusive governance, balancing spiritual ideals with political pragmatism. Right, it's a very pragmatic policy. Same thing we discussed in Ashoka as well, when we discussed that it was a very practical policy. His policy is about ethics. His policy is about morality, his policy about social harmony. Same is this one. Right, same is this one. It's a very practical approach in maintaining law and order. If everybody is you can say respectful to each other, you can say religion is tolerant, automatically what will happen? Law and order situation will automatically improve. Yeah, did we get this? Modern history is only one question came, sir. Is really modern history growth went down? How to expect for 2026? Again, first of all, there is no trend in UPSC, right? For example, last year in prelims examination, there was only one question from modern India, if I remember correctly. And this year there were 8 questions. So UPSC will keep on playing this. UPSC will not at all declare that this particular topic is important. Again, look at this question again. This question is not a culture question, right? This is not you can say core culture question. Nobody teaches this, nobody reads this in culture. This is pure medieval question. This one is pure ancient India question. So UPSC wants somewhere, they want you to focus on ancient India, they want you to focus on medieval India. But this time, of course, they have asked a technical question on culture. Right, so let's come to third question, which is sculptors filled the Chandela art form with resilient vigor and breath of life, elucidate. Now this language itself tells you that this is culture question, right? Very abstract, right? And a bit philosophical. So this is properly culture question. Are we all aligned till this point, everyone? Modern India and medieval India equally becoming important. So yeah, so I'm saying ancient is getting important from last 5 years. Ancient is becoming gradually very important, right? And that you have seen in prelims examination, you have also seen in main examination. So now gradually UPSC is shifting from you can say only culture to ancient and medieval, right? It is you can say incentivizing those who are studying ancient and medieval. So yes, so we need to study ancient medieval. Also UPSC maybe is trying to normalize all the subjects, bringing all the subjects on the table. It should not be like you only study modern India and come. That should not be the case. It's very important to study ancient India. It's very important to study medieval India. So you should have complete focus. So this year they have asked everything. Ancient, medieval, modern, post-independence, right? And world history, culture, everything they have asked. Yeah, okay, come back. So sculptors fill the Chandela art form with the resilient vigor and breath of life. Elucidate. So Chandela. So this is about Khajuraho architecture. So again, let's go back to our drawing board. Third question. Sculptors filled the Chandela art form with resilient vigor and breath of life. Now while answering the question of culture, one thing becomes very important, which is your vocabulary. Right, how will you express that this is sculpture is beautiful, right? Now we can't just say this is amazing, this is beautiful, it is very brilliant, right? We need to have those vocabulary, we need to have those words with us, right? Where we can explain what is this resilient vigor. Are you getting a point? So this you will realize while writing, right? This you can say this limitation, right? This limitation you will realize, you will really realize when you will actually write this answer, when you will feel how to elaborate this, how to tell more about this. Breath of life, right? More like a philosophical essay. There is a breath of life. Okay, so the sculptors filled the Chandela art form with resilient vigor and breath of life. Elucidate. Elucidate means explain. You don't have to challenge it, you just have to explain it. So there is no criticism behind it. It is more like explanation, more like a teacher. Ki haan, teacher is explaining what is Chandela art form. In Chandela art form, there is some energy, there is some resilient vigor, and there is breath of life. Ki it looks somewhere it shows the life of that era. Right? It shows society. It shows not only God, not only divinity, but combines spirituality with the social life, the urban life. Yeah. So here we'll find dancers, we'll find musicians, we'll find farmers going to field. We find, by the way, you understand that Chandela is Khajuraho temple, right? Na ki haan, it is talking about Khajuraho, Chandela. So Chandelas are Khajuraho art form they are asking about. Yeah, and it not only has Hindu architecture, but there are Jain temples as well. Yeah, so maybe it will be better if you elaborate this Chandela thing in the starting. Ki haan, this is also refining of Nagara school of temple architecture. Right, now this much we can write in introduction, right? Ki haan, ki this is refining of Nagara school of architecture, right? Khajuraho school of architecture, which has Hindu temples, which has various Hindu temples and Jain temple. There is Chausat Yogini, there is Kandariya Mahadev, Lakshman temple. There are so many temples. So you can give examples. You can give one or more examples of Jain temples as well. Ki Adinath and all are there. So yes, so first of all you can elaborate on the thing what you are going to explain. Yes, and then come to this ki here what is the demand of the question. The demand of the question is ki it is talking about farmers, it is talking about artisans, it is also talking about animals, flora and fauna. You'll find a lot of animals and all. Yeah, so it is like this temple is like the world. This world is also like a temple only. Here we have God. Yeah, here we have God, and along with God in this world, we have humans, we have animals, we have plants, all these things. So one side we have to focus upon life, ki haan, what life it is showing, right? What all things it is showing. Another side we can focus upon vigor or energy. We can talk about realism. This looks real. We can talk about motion of the monuments. We can talk about emotions. And since it is 10 marker, right? If it was 15 marker, we could have, you can say, segmented into two parts. But since it is 10 marker, my suggestion is do not go for this much segmentation. Right? This is the general studies paper. It is not optional paper where you have to, go into details, etc. Here, a general understanding of these things is good enough. Right, again, if vocabulary is not as great, even that is not a problem, it's okay, but you should be able to elaborate on this. You can talk about emotions also. Let's complete this. So you can also talk about details, how the hairstyles and all are shown, right? Attire and all are shown, right? The motion looks like somebody has paused it, right? The person was dancing and it is paused right now. And the most important element over here is eroticism. There are a lot of erotic figures, which is connected to fertility, which is connected to desire, connected to karma. Yeah. So we can weave our answer around this. Yes, so we can weave our answer around this. So if you have this much understanding of the architecture or the sculptures, right, you can write an answer on this. It's tough, yes, definitely this question is tough. I'll keep it on moderate level. This is a moderate level. First of all, why moderate? Khajuraho they have selected, right? It is not like they have selected some very niche topic or very sidelined topic. It's a very picky, very prominent topic, Khajuraho. So there is, you must be having some idea of Khajuraho. If you have some basic idea of sculpture and Khajuraho, you can mix it and write an answer. right है ना, तो हाँ तो right like that you can actually attempt it, but no doubt कि हाँ this is not an easy question. It looks easy कि हाँ खजुराहो, I know खजुराहो, but it is not an easy answer, not at all an easy answer. Yeah, how to expect questions for art and culture, right? This expectation and hope, right na, is not going to take us anywhere. We have to study everything, right? Idea is ki ha, if they're asking temple architecture, right na, in last 5 years they have asked temple architecture or not, right? They had asked temple architecture. Have they asked in past, they have asked about sculptures as well? Yes, they had asked about sculpture as well. So, हाँ, तो since they have their theme, the previous themes, whatever they have asked in PYQs, right, that is your expectation zone. कि whatever they have asked, they can ask it again. Yes, they can ask it again. Right, ना, तो a lot of time there are googly as well. For example, that Akbar question was a googly. Right, but otherwise, this is, I'll not consider this as a googly. कि हाँ, we never expected कि sculptures can be asked or temple architecture can be asked. Right, ना, तो whatever is asked in previous years can be asked again. Basically, in main examination, you see repetition of themes. Right, every time there is repetition of themes. So yes, so I hope कि हाँ this is good enough to write a 150 word answer. Okay, so yes, so like this, there is some dancer is there and you see some motion into it. Right, there is some motion into it. She is also dancing. This is Tribhanga posture. She is standing in a Tribhanga posture. 3 points are there in her motion and all. She is also dancing. He is also dancing. Right, there is some flower in his hand. Then somebody is roaming around on an elephant. Right, somebody is standing with something with pot or something. Right, so the daily life is being depicted. And in daily life, you can write all the things. What all things are there, you can write. So this is something I'm leaving it to you. Right, and similarly, there are a lot of erotic figures. Right, a lot of sex positions are being shown. So see in our religion, in Hindu religion or in Brahmanical religion, basically we respect fertility a lot. For example, phallus worship or Shivling worship, that is also somewhere related to fertility. Also Nandi worship, right? Nandi Bhagwan, you must know. So that is also related to fertility. Bull itself is related to fertility. So bull is a revered figure, and this is also previous question of UPSC कि हाँ relevance of bull and lion in our mythology and art and architecture. So UPSC has already asked this question. So the point is कि हाँ, since we revere fertility, we have reverence for this. So here we have all this, you can say erotic position, also called Mithun figures. These are Mithun figures. Yeah, Mithun figures. Yeah, similarly, they are having some discussion, chit-chatting. Also, you'll find emotions into it. There is some humor into it. If you look at the faces of the sculpture, you'll find some humor. So you'll find some emotions over here. Yeah. Okay. So let's get back. Yeah. So I would not like to go into the model answer discussion into this. This is not exactly model answer. This is more like a probable answer which could have been written. Right. So I'll refrain from discussing this particular one because here I believe ki you have to still explore. Right. This is something I want you to read first. Previously, previous questions we have discussed, but not this one. Right. But as I said ki initially you can define Chandela art, Khajuraho architecture. You can give some context कि there is dynamic fusion of spirituality, naturalism, human emotion. So these words are important, you see. है ना कि there is some naturalism. It looks very natural. It looks very real. Right? All these aspects you need to bring into this particular answer. Right? ना तो you need to write this. I know because after I discuss the answer, your whole thought process will be limited. So since this is not a topic which you have written, I believe so, and I will leave this thing. Right, we have discussed the whole thing, but not the exact answer. Okay, so now let's come to 15 marker. Yeah, are we all aligned to this part, everyone? Please talk in Hindi. This is PW OnlyIAS English. There are a lot of students who are from South India. So let's continue in English and I try understanding, please. I'll go a bit slow. So Mahatma Jotiba Phule's writing and efforts of social reforms touched issues of almost all subaltern. So now UPSC is also using this word subaltern classes. Subaltern. Now let me tell you about the debate first. है ना कि हाँ, what is this debate? Subaltern. What is subaltern? Right, है ना तो subaltern. So this term subaltern. So what happens कि you must have heard. Usually history is written by the kings. right? Ki the one who wins write the history, right, tells ki ha, I am the winner, I am the right one, I am the true one, right? Every time the history is in general written by the winners, or it is written by the kings. Whatever we sources, whatever sources we have is generally from the royal thing. And from the royal background, we have all the sources, be it copper plate, be it inscription of the Ashoka, be it some other literature. Even in all the literatures, most of the time they are talking about some king only. Generally, they don't talk about people, right? Hai. So, for example, Ashoka has written a lot of inscriptions. So, we get to know the feelings and emotions of Ashoka. But, what about the feelings of the people? What about the feelings of those? Maybe there were some who were suffering. What about the feelings of Kalinga people? Right? Has somebody documented the feeling of Kalinga? So history somewhere is, you can say, biased towards the rich, biased towards the kings. So most of the time, the whole, you can say, most of the time the whole history perspective, historical discussion is more about the kings and royals and the elite. So history belongs to elite. History does not belongs to the lower class or the lower caste or the peasant or the artisans. So the poor class is generally ignored in history, right? So subaltern approach of history is writing about the people who belong to marginalized class, who belong to lower class, right? Like lower caste or untouchables or shudra or ati shudra or women, right? What is their plight? What they feel? What is their history? So there is a debate in history, right? And this debate, basically, this term subaltern was coined by Antonio Gramsci, and even Ranjit Guha, right, and a famous historian. The historian Ranjit Guha also highlighted this ki ha, we also need to think about this part of the history, the subaltern. So UPSC has used this topic, this thing, ki ha, Mahatma Jotiba Phule's writing and efforts of social reforms touched issues of almost all subaltern classes. Discuss. Again, let's go back to our backboard. Now, so yeah, so Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Yeah. So here UPSC is asking about two things. One, writings, other efforts. Right? There are two things. So one is his writings. Right? Na ki, हाँ, there are some books he has written. For example, Ishara या Gulamgiri. There are 2-3 very famous. Satyakar Asud. Right? So there are 2-3 very. By the way, how many of you have read Jyotiba Phule? Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. He was the one who basically coined this term, Dalit. Yes, we had studied Jyotiba Phule in detail, correct? Right, na ki, हाँ, we had discussed his initiatives, we had discussed his books as well. Right, na, so those who are from the class or even if not from the class, right, you must have studied about Jyotiba Phule. So here, what you have to give. This is, by the way, 15 marker answer, and here you have to go into details. Right, na, here you can say better amplitude than the previous questions. Yes, here you can go into details. Here you need to decode the questions, what all things you need to take up. So yes, so one aspect is writing. And writing, what will you write? You will write about your philosophy, your thought process. So you can dedicate one paragraph, one part of the answer to his writing and the efforts, writing and the philosophy, thought process, right? And like whatever he has written, and then about his efforts. Efforts, right? Efforts towards what? Social reform. Now social reform, whenever there is topic like social reform has multiple aspects. Social reform can be about education, social reform can be about women, social reform can be about religion, and social reform can be about anything else. Orthodoxy. No, what else? Caste. So there are only 4 aspects of social reform. If you want to be a social reformer, you will be working in these arena. Right now, you can choose one, you can choose two, you can choose three, or you can work on all the four dimensions. Right, so these are four dimensions: women, caste, education, and religion. Now, here, caste and religion are very, very close to each other. Somewhere the caste itself is getting legitimacy from the religion. So this religious orthodoxy a lot of time is connected to caste. And if you remember Jotiba Rao Phule, he was also talking about, we believe. Yes. So caste. So he was the first one before Bhimrao Ambedkar who was talking about abolition of caste system. Yeah, so he was talking about abolition of caste system. Plus, he had opened multiple schools for women, for lower caste. Yeah, similarly, women, he had worked for education, women education, plus also worked for widow remarriage. Etc. Right. Similarly, religion, he was the one who basically brought this debate of Aryan and Anaryans. Now we can choose to write about this or we can skip this. Right, both is fine. If you want to write about Aryans and Anaryans, right, his thought process about it, you can. If you want to skip this discussion, you don't want to bring this discussion in your copy, you can. Right, because it's a bit touchy point. Right, and a bit, not everybody will like what you might be writing. Right, na, so maybe you can skip this discussion. You can take up other points. Right, na, you can talk about his approach towards removing orthodoxy. That is fine, but let's not go into RN and RN debate. Yeah. So yes. Plus this effort, most importantly, there is a body called Satya Sodhak Samaj. Satya Sodhak Samaj. So he had established Satya Sodhak Samaj. So this was the organization which was eventually working for Dalits. Right now it was working for Dalits, it was working for women, it was also working for peasants. So he has not only discussed all these things, but he has also worked for. Along with this, he has also inspired peasants, but also inspired peasant movements. So somewhere his thought process, his idea is not only about society, but it is also about economy. We can touch upon that as well. Yes, because it touched off almost all subaltern. Subaltern means marginalized section. Marginalized section not only means women, not only means children or lower caste, but it can also include what? It can also include your peasants. You can also add that dimension to this answer. Ki haan, let's not get limited to this much. We can also add ki haan, he was fighting for the peasants as well. He has inspired a lot of peasants movements as well. Yeah. So yes, so in class discussion we were talking about his timeline, how he has taken it over. Now also do mention about his wife as well. Right, Savitri Bai Phule. They were together in this. So Savitri Bai Phule in fact is considered as one of the first teacher we have. She is the one who brought parents teacher meeting. Right, so yes. So in the initial phase, they were known for opening a lot of schools, right? Like 1848 there is a native female school. So you can give these examples as well. 52 is about Mahila Seva Mandal. They wanted to work upon women who are discarded, who are sidelined. They also worked upon widow remarriage, right? Around 1854 he has opened a school for untouchables. So the initial discussion is about education, awareness, and then he brought Satya Sodak Samaj to challenge untouchability, to challenge priestly domination. Plus, as I said, he has also influenced peasant revolt, non-Brahman movements. Yes, he is the pioneer. He has inspired later reformers. He has inspired, he has inspired later reformers like V.R. Shinde. like B.R. Ambedkar, right? So all these reformers somewhere were inspired. So he's the first one. He is the first ferocious, you can say, not scared of anyone, not worried about anything, right? He's the first such leader. His leadership quality is similar to Bal Gangadhar Tilak, right? है ना? तो yes. So then he in 1873 he had established Satya Sodhak Samaj and he wrote this book Gulam Giri. And if you remember, he basically associated Ghulamgiri with slavery and American Civil War, which somewhere shows he has this, you can say, political awareness, he has this global awareness, and he has linked the idea of untouchability, he has linked the, you can say, plight of untouchables, Dalits, lower caste, with the slaves as well, right? So Ghulamgiri, what is the slavery? So Ghulamgiri, so he has written a book on slavery, yes, Ghulamgiri. Plus another aspect of Satyasodak Samaj was education, social rights, political access, right? And this was meant for women, Shudras, Dalits, everyone. So this is his main initiative, Satyasodak Samaj's major initiative. And the books he has written is Sarvajanik Satya Dharma. Sarvajanik. So one is Ghulamgiri, the most famous one. Other you can talk about Ishara. Ishara was a pamphlet. He basically wrote a pamphlet so as to make people aware about the condition of the peasant. Right? How the farmers are feeling, what is the condition of peasant in India. So he wrote this article, Ishara, and this has inspired a lot of peasants. Plus there is a book Deenabandhu, Shetkarcha Asud. At least you should be able to give 2-3 examples, right? He has written so many books. I have added others as well. I was talking about Aryans and Aryans, but let's ignore this discussion, right? So he was against, his philosophy was against priestly domination. He wanted a casteless society, abolition of caste system. He was fighting for social equality. He was even fighting for better condition of women in upper caste. Right, education of everyone. Orphanages he has opened. Infanticide, he was opposing infanticide as well. Yeah. So yes, so this is his philosophy part, what he thought. And other than that, Ghulamgiri is important. Deenabandhu. So Deenabandhu, he is somewhere in opposition of the Vedic traditions, the rituals and all. Yeah. So Deenabandhu is the book where he challenged the Vedic tradition. Shatyakaracha Asud, again related to peasant problems. Ishara, as I said, this was about agrarian class, the peasants in India. Yeah, so you can write about at least these many, but there are others as well. Tritiya Ratna, Brahmanche Kasab. Will we be able to remember all this? No, we'll not be able to remember all the list, but at least 4-5 we can have. Right, 4 or 5 books, or at least 3 books we should be able to write in it. Yeah. How many of you have already written this answer? Anyone? So this time there was only one question, that also from social reformer. Was there any question in prelims examination this time in 2025 from social reform topic? Yes or no? Yeah. So social reformer is one topic which seems fairly important for main examination. Right, it's fairly important. I will not say it's very important, super important, but fairly important for main examination. Right, and a few years back they had also asked about trace the growth of social reform movement in India, giving example of Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Brahmo Samaj. Also this year in prelims examination, Raja Ram Mohan Roy was asked, and that was also something based upon his philosophy, not the facts. Right, concept based question was asked. Yes, so Raja Ram Mohan Roy was there in prelims examination as well. Okay, so yeah, so surprisingly just one question from modern India. I guess this is for the very first time in the history of UPSC that they have asked in the last 12 years. They have asked only one question from modern India. That this has never ever happened, right? Only one question. But do not assume that this will continue. This might continue, but let's not take it as a trend until and unless we see it for a few years. This is how it is happening. UPSC generally avoids establishing trends. It will repeat questions, it will repeat themes, but generally there is no trend as such. Yeah. Okay. So I hope you can write this answer. So we have discussed almost all the points. So yes, so Mahatma Jotiba Phule worked for the upliftment of marginalized communities focusing on caste, gender, and social inequalities, thus pioneering a holistic social reform movement in India. Subaltern classes, again, we have placed it over here. It is better to define, but not in such a elaborate form. I suggest कि हाँ very crisp form of subaltern definition should be given. Reason, it is not a basic famous topic subaltern, so it is better to explain subaltern in the introduction itself, so that examiner understands कि हाँ you know what you are talking about. Right ना कि हाँ you have some understanding, some idea what subaltern actually means. A better discussion of subaltern, a detailed discussion of subaltern is there in Bandyopadhyay. So if you have ever read Bandyopadhyay, if you want to read Bandyopadhyay, my suggestion is not to read it. Focus on your notes, whatever we have studied, right? And do not get diverted. So yes, so first of all, writing. The Mahatma Jotiba Phule's writing and efforts of social reform for subaltern classes. So women education in empowerment. Yeah. Opened school for girls with Savitribai Phule, advocating female literacy, caste oppression, untouchability. In Gulamgiri, he has done that. He exposed Brahmanical domination, priestly domination, and demanded dignity for Dalits. Similarly, yeah, marginalization of Shudras and Dalits, championed education and organization for Shudras, Ati Shudras, backward caste. All these things we were discussing, right? Same points. Ki haan, widowhood and gender injustice, right? So all those points which we have discussed earlier, that is something you can elaborate on that. Right. Why Jyotiba Rao Phule's effort could not achieve much success for subaltern classes? Why he was not as successful? Because it's a discuss. So we can definitely have a, you can say other aspect as well. Why he was not very successful. He can talk about limited education reach. The most important thing is कि Jyotiba Rao Phule somewhere did not get a very good support from the people. Right, na, कि when Savitribai Phule used to go to take classes to the school, everybody was throwing dust or this mud on her. Right now, they didn't want her to go and teach women or to teach lower class and all. Right now, so that type of reception they got. That was not very easy, right? That awareness was not there in 1850s, 1860s somewhere, and it was very tough to actually, go for this awareness. So since they were pioneer, they were the first ones, so it was very tough for them, and immediately they were not as successful. Though they were able to inspire the later generations, though they had initiated all this and created a good ripple, which immediately later on helped a lot. But yes, at that moment you can say that there were some limitations. As I said, there was strong opposition. Then it is regional limitation. It was limited to Maharashtra, and that also to Pune and nearby area. And then economic constraints. He's also coming from a lower caste background only, and fund wise he is not well supported, etc. And for all these initiatives for social reform, you also need some funds, so that is also an issue. Yes. Then there are, you can quote his books as well. Yes. The conclusion: Phule's reforms cut across caste, gender, and class, empowering subaltern communities and laying the foundation for modern social justice movements in India. His work exemplifies a broad-based, inclusive approach to social reform. Yeah, shall we go ahead to the next question? Any doubt till here? Map of question number 11. Okay, we'll open. Wait. We're talking about this one? Oh, yeah. This is basically class discussion, right? This is something, these what sites you are observing. This is what we have discussed in the class, right? Last class, what I have taken on Jotiba Phule. It is from there. I guess it was Sankalp only. I was teaching in Sankalp. We were discussing Jotiba Rao Phule. Yeah. Okay. So now let's move ahead. Let's go to next question. The next question is from post-independence, right? Now this year we have every subject, right? So total 6 subjects, 6 questions, right? So every subject is, you can say, justified in this paper. You should study all the 6 subjects. UPSC wants you to study. Okay, so trace India's consolidation process during the early phase of independence, terms of polity, economy, education, and international relation. Now again, let's go back to the board, blackboard first, on a rough board, and let's understand. Trace India's consolidation process. Right, the question is about consolidation. Yeah, it's about consolidation process during early phase of independence, means this is immediately after independence. Now what is early phase of independence? Let's say next 5 years, 10 years, right? So Nehruvian era technically. So it is asking about the Nehruvian era. Okay, in Nehruvian era, and that is also in the early phase, not till 1964. Early phase we can say ki ha, let's say next 10 years, right? And roughly till 10 years, 15 years something. So early phase, not well defined. You can stretch, and if you have some knowledge, if you want to stretch, you can stretch. So not very well defined. There is no boundary as such. Early phase will stop at 10 years only. You can stretch, but roughly it is asking about, initial phase, immediately after independence, what is happening. So yeah, so we are talking about consolidation. The consolidation process during early phase of independence in terms of polity, right, economy, education, and international relations. Now these many dimensions actually has diluted the question. It has made the question very, very easy. And that is something we expect in post-independence. In post-independence world history, UPSC asks very simple questions. Most of the time they will repeat this consolidation or the political integration. They will repeat this topic only. And in fact, they keep on repeating it. Multiple times they have asked this only. Last 12 years also, multiple times they have asked the political integration only. Right, now the political integration, state organization, these two topics, just two questions they have kept on repeating. Here also that is subset of the answer. Here also you have to write about that as well, along with the other dimensions. But since they have bifurcated ki ha, not only polity, talk about economy, talk about education, talk about IR, that means ki ha, you don't have to go into lot of depth. You just have to show them these dimensions, ki what we were able to achieve in this particular dimension, what we were able to achieve in this particular dimension. So that way you can address this question very, very easily. Right, so now tell me political side. कि हाँ immediately तो consolidation, तो political consolidation after independence, right? Political side. So what happened political side? What are things you know? Have you read post independence? Yeah. Few things anyway you know. Right, now for example, political side. First of all, we have constitution, writing of constitution. Second of all, we have election. What else you can talk about? You can talk about princely state merger. Even if you have studied modern India, you know at least this much, right? They're talking about initial phase. What else you can add? You can also add, by the way, you can also add refugee settlements, resettlement. That also you can add to it. Yeah, the constitution, new government setup, right? And how we are moving towards proper democracy or political stability. This is something they want you to address in first paragraph. So that is about polity. Second, economy. Economy, again, what all things you can add? Any idea? Economy. Yeah, what type of economy we had selected? Right, what type of genre of economy we have selected for India after independence? Not yet. Okay. But now you see it is coming. You can say the question is in 15 marker, right? Equivalent to modern India. And also this topic only comes in main examination. For main examination, before you appear into main examination, it seems like now it is important, right? And I do read 5-year plans for there. Yes, so mixed economy. So you can talk about mixed economy. You can talk about 5-year plan. What else? Somebody said something. Yeah, 5-year plan. Low literacy rate, poverty, we need development, all these are issues. Right now, here we have to tell how we are consolidating, how we are solving for it. Right now, here we have to solve for it. तो प्लानिंग कमीशन, हाँ प्लानिंग कमीशन, somebody said I guess planning commission as well. Initial focus on agriculture and some dams and all were made, right? Dams, yeah, है ना? तो हाँ, तो we can talk about all this. We can talk about initial things कि how we have started our economy, kick started our economy. तो yes, तो mixed economy, 5-year plan, planning commission, we can write, we can talk about all these things. Right, now what else? Education. Education, what we want is, we want some scientific temper into it. Right, and if you remember our education discussion, there was a Radha Krishnan commission, and then there was Green Revolution. Green Revolution will come around Lal Bahadur Shastri. Lal Bahadur Shastri had initiated, and eventually it was implemented by Indira Gandhi. Right, so that is 1964-66. So we can avoid it, because this is in the first phase, early phase of independence. So early phase of independence, and that is 1960s, 70s, too late. So हाँ, तो we can avoid your this thing, one thing you can add is, gradually, though this is the limitation, this is the issue not properly done, is land reform. Talked about, discussed, but not properly initiated. Achha, here we have not written state organization. Now state organization is not in first 5 years, but later on it also came. So maybe you can, in the end, you can also add about state organization, state reorganization. Proper reorganization act is 1956. Within 10 years, yes, we can also add state reorganization to it. Yeah, the scientific temper, education. Haan, the UGC was established, and IITs, AIMS, what else? IIMs. That's later on NCERT. 1960s somewhere we have NCERT. So हाँ, तो we are focusing upon education as well. So yeah, the education was one you can say important focus. कि हाँ, these things. So these are basically initial developments. कि how we have started into education, how we have started into political side, how we have started our economy. And then what about IR? What all things we can mention in IR? Yeah, one science side is CSIR, right? CSIR was also established. CSIR establishment is '50s only, somewhere around '50s. Yeah, NAM, very good. Right, here we can talk about NAM. We can talk about Panchsheel. Yeah, and then you can also talk about, let's say, Indus Water Treaty. Maybe you can skip Indus Water Treaty. Maybe you can elaborate this, how this is about harmony. By the way, we have also supported decolonization in other countries. The other countries should also be set free. Yeah, and definitely you can also add Indo-Pak element to it. Immediately after independence, we had a war, right? So that angle can be added to it. India-Pakistan dispute, yes, India-Pakistan dispute can be added to it. Yes, so this I believe is an easy question, because they have, initially it looks like it's very tough because multiple dimensions are added, right? But once you start thinking about it, you'll realize that this was an easy question. They have asked from post-independence a very simple, straightforward question, right? Nothing, you can say, you don't have to worry about this question a lot. If you have basic idea of post-independence, you can easily address it. And also what we have seen till now, by the way, in last 12 years, UPSC has not crossed 1971 in post-independence. Maximum they had asked till Bangladesh war. That's it. 1971 Bangladesh war is the last point till where they have asked. So while reading, while studying post-independence, first of all, you should be focused upon princely state integration. That is the one thing, that is the first thing UPSC is sentimental about. Right? They are very emotional about princely state integration. Second, they are emotional about state reorganization. थर्ड जो है there are various topics, right? And you cannot set a finger on it कि हाँ this particular topic is important. So read till 1971, that's it, right? And do not go beyond it, because UPSC is avoiding, they are asking early phase only, post independence. So post independence itself means कि हाँ post independence immediately after independence. तो हाँ, तो in my opinion it should be only till Nehruvian era. But since they have already asked till 1971, so let's keep it till 1971. कि beyond 1971 it is not, you can say ROI, return on investment, is very low. You can skip. You can skip post 1971. So till 1971 is required, right? So give it a reading till 1971. Few topics which are asked should be read very thoroughly, right? Like Tashkent Agreement, right? Jai Jawan Jai Kisan, right? जो है integration and all, है ना? The things which are asked should be read very properly. Okay, so I hope you can write it. I don't think we need to discuss this answer. Yeah. So yeah, the same thing what we have discussed: integration of the princely state, adoption of constitution, first general election, right? And the same, all those things. Tracing India's consolidation, economy terms may, launch of planning commission, 5-year plan, mixed economy, right? And all the same things. Land reforms, right? And then again with respect to education, University Education Commission, promotion of scientific outlook, expansion of institutions, IIT Kharagpur in 1951, right? And so if you don't know, let's say you don't know this detail, IIT Kharagpur 1951, just add ki IITs were initiated, etc. Right? And you don't have to go into this much detail, right? Again, IR side, NAM we were talking about, support for decolonization, right? Peaceful coexistence, Panchsheel Agreement 54, right? That's it. So so then conclusion, these early consolidations ensured unity, self-reliance. Yeah, unity, self-reliance. So you will have to give a summary what we are trying to do, right? Whatever we are trying to do, what it actually aims for. So it is aiming for, first of all, harmony, right? Political stability, self-reliance, global recognition, guiding India's rise as a resilient democracy, and emerging as a great nation, right? That is how you can, on a very positive note, right, you can end ki we are emerging nation, emerging great nation, not only nation but a great nation. So this was the 5th question. Are we all aligned till this? Let's come to the last question. The last question of history, that is world history. So let's come to world history now. Yeah, the French Revolution, again a very prominent topic, French Revolution. In world history also, UPSC does not go into nitty-gritty, right? And they will ask very prominent topics, mostly very prominent topics. So for example, this is French Revolution, right? Or they will ask something about Russian Revolution maybe, right? And an EP, etc. So French Revolution has enduring relevance to the contemporary world. Explain. So it is just like you have to tell what all aspects are there in French Revolution, right? And everything will be relevant somehow or the other, right? Whatever the philosophy is, some relevance you can point out, and it is relevant. You can say everything is relevant, right? In some way or the other, there will be some relevance. So very generic question. French Revolution has enduring relevance to the contemporary world. Explain, right? What has happened in history which has no relevance today? Is there something we can say there is something in history which do not have any relevance today? That is not a possibility. History will, if there is something in history, it will always have some relevance. Be it Indus Valley Civilization, be it Paleolithic Age, even you can use Paleolithic Age in your answer, right? And somebody can say it is outdated, right? And what type of technology we had, but still we can learn a lot from Paleolithic Age. So there is nothing in history which is not relevant today. So this is the easiest type of question. Just tell me what is the relevance, or is there is relevance, you can say, of French Revolution philosophy, or whatever has happened in the French Revolution, is it relevant? Very simple thing. So if you have fair idea of French Revolution, if you have studied French Revolution, you can bring out the elements out of it, and you can place and say see, it is relevant, right? And that's how it works. Do some reverse engineering. You just have to bring out pointers. This has happened and this has relevance, and this has happened and this has relevance. That's it, right? Again, you need to frame it well. And so let's have a look at it. So since this is a very simple question, and French Revolution is famous for what? Liberty, equality, fraternity. Everybody knows it. French Revolution has a lot of violence. है ना. अब now either you say कि हाँ we learned from violence, we want to do violence, or you, so that is also relevance, right? We saw violence, lot of them got killed, right? ना there was so much massacre or brutality, right? ना तो हाँ तो we learned कि हाँ it should not be there. See, तो है ना, तो everything like that will have some relevance. So yes, तो yeah, the political relevance. So let's talk about the relevance now. कि हाँ, as I said कि हाँ we have whatever has happened in French Revolution, it has liberty, equality, fraternity. So it has leaving lasting political, socio-economic and global relevance in the contemporary world. And now you see our ambition, right? It is relevant in political. That is how UPSC aspirant works, right? This is the dream, or this is the, you can say, beauty of being an UPSC aspirant. Ki haan, they had asked about contemporary world, and UPSC aspirant will break into ki yes, it is relevant. It is relevant in political sphere. It is relevant in social sphere, economic sphere, global relevance. Everything is there. Even UPSC has not thought so, right? UPSC was not also aware about these dimensions, but now we'll bring these dimensions into it. Ki haan, political relevance. Let me tell you about political relevance. Ki haan, see, liberty, equality, fraternity, it talks about democracy, right? They have challenged monarchy, inspiring representative governance in Europe. Legal equality, see, it's written equality. Now this equality is there in our constitution as well, so we can talk about that as well. This liberty, equality, etc. is there. So how that example can also be given. See, it is inspiring even today. So laws applied equally, ending feudal privileges. So feudal privileges had gone. Civic rights, citizens gained a voice in governance, right? They got this voice. Anti-authoritarianism, ki haan, they were fighting despotism, they were fighting monarchy, they were fighting dictatorship. Then meritocracy, ki haan, in Napoleonic. Now you need to put some detail as well. It should not look like total generic answer, है ना, कि you are giving just ज्ञान. That should not happen. तो हाँ, तो Napoleonic administrative reforms. It has you know, the hiring was skill based and effort based. तो हाँ, तो ठीक है, right? है ना, meritocracy is there. Then social relevance, ki social equality, national consciousness, women's right, abolition of privileges, right? You can bring out all the dimensions. It's the easiest question you can face. Only thing required is ki you know French Revolution. That's it, right? Nothing else is required in this, right? Then secular society has to be there. Promoted the separation of church and state. Economic relevance is also there. Feudal economy is gone. See how relevant it is. Feudal economy gone, right? Rise of the middle class. Economic justice, right? Then global relevance. Ki haan, it has inspired other revolutions. It has inspired us as well. Human rights. Ki haan, UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based upon that. Democracy. It has because we are fighting that authoritarian. Same thing we have written previously as well, by the way, right? कि हाँ, dictators we were fighting, right? We are fighting dictatorship. Then it was anti-authoritarianism. Now we are saying कि हाँ, since it is we are challenging authoritarianism, so this is promoting democracy as well. तो हाँ, तो this is democracy model, right? तो हाँ, तो this will inspire democracy. You can talk about nation state, nationalism, etc., etc. Yes. So see how relevant it is, right? So this was the easiest question, right? French Revolution, and once you start writing, you will know this play, right? Sometimes you need to play. Yeah, it's a very easy question. You just have to connect the dots. That's it. So yeah, so this was all from my side, right? And I don't think I need to add anything to this. By the way, a Srijan program, and a lot of questions were there from Srijan program as well. Harpreet sir will be talking about other questions, but history questions if you see. So there was a question in Srijan main series. He discussed the urban planning and architectural achievement. Examine the architectural advancement seen in the Indus Valley civilization. How did urban planning and construction techniques reflect the socio-economic conditions of this time? So Harappan architecture, etc. is a very prominent topic. It was there in discussion. Similarly, Mahatma Jotiba Phule writing. So there was a question with the expansion of education and spread of modern ideas. A social awakening emerged among the lower caste in the 19th century. Idea is that if you attend test series, you will be multiple time grilled on the same topic, on these topics which are very, very probable. So suppose if you are part of Srijan or if you are part of a test series, you basically practice for this multiple times as the play I discussed. Right? And you will gradually invent these plays. Right? And if UPSC ask about these things, I have the 4.5 dimensions ready. And once you start to talk about dimensions, your mind gets open up. I can think about all these things. Right? And I can actually take this question into these multiple dimensions. A lot of time maybe you will miss the exact demand of the question, but since you have opened the multiple dimensions, you have taken the questions to your space and all, right? And you will somehow address the question, even if you don't have, you can say, enough content into it, like the question of Chandelas. Right. Similarly, the French Revolution. He discussed the social and economic factors that led to French Revolution. If you had addressed this question, you would have thought about French Revolution. So once you start thinking about French Revolution, all the aspects, all the dimension gets open up, and then if another question from any other dimension is being asked, you are able to answer. So the crux is, it is very important to practice. Just reading is not going to lead you to selection. You will not be selected if you are knowledgeable. You will be selected if you can score. The only thing which matters is ki haan, you are practicing, you are scoring. You are scoring in mock test. That is super important. Especially I'm talking to repeaters, right? But not only repeaters, even the beginners and those who have just started. Please do write, right? At least write as simple as ki haan, whatever is being taught in the class. Suppose yesterday I was discussing revolt of 1857, right? So at least write ki what you learned today, and or just write about revolt of 1857 dimensions in, let's say, 100 to 100 words. At least this much you should keep on trying. And once you start writing, you will realize what dimensions is important, how much detail is important, and how deep you need to go into the subject, right? You will then refrain yourself from going so deep into the topic or into the subjects, because it is not at all required. It is not the demand of UPSC. This is general studies. You don't have to be expert, right? If you don't know a lot about Chandelas, it is fine, it is okay. One or two questions will be there where there will be some lack of content, but to fulfill that content, if you have to study, let's say, 2-3 more books or AL Basham on culture, ROI on this is very low. You will miss out on the other topics, you will miss out on the important subjects. Yes, so you will have to somewhere do this trade-off ki in some areas I will go for single reading, single source, etc., and in some areas I will have command, right? And that's how you will be able to prosper. And this technique will not be taught by anyone. The more you write, the more you grow, the more you will be able to understand all these things, and you will be able to do it. Right. So I hope you got the point. Also, these 3 batches, if you're still looking for batches, right? If you're targeting next year, you can go for Prahar or Titan. If you're targeting next year, you can go for Sankalp batches, either in Hindi, English, or Hindi, right? Please select your languages very carefully. If you want to study in English, do go for Pinnacle, or 1 year is Titan, right? If you go for English proper, like it's written in English, but teacher is teaching in Hindi and English mix, right? And more of Hindi only, right? And maybe more of English. It depends upon the faculty, right? Another is 3 year. If you're planning for 3 year, you can go for this 3 year batch. So yeah, Shrijan, Shrijan is for repeaters, right? If you have already prepared the foundation, if you only want to practice, then Shrijan is for you. So now Harpreet sir will be joining, and let me invite Harpreet sir. Meanwhile, if there is any doubt or something, do let me know. Let me message Harpreet sir. Yeah, I have a query I've taken.
मुकेश जी ज्वाइन करवा दीजिए. Hello everybody, I guess you're all doing well. Thank you so much, Abhishek sir. Thank you so much. I guess you have just now come across the best faculty of history in India, and you're studying from him, so that is a great opportunity for you. And beautifully sir has explained the various concepts, and you would have seen that most of the questions that have come would have already been taught by him in the classrooms. So understanding him, listening to him becomes again very important. So I'm going to deal with the subjects of geography and Indian society. Just to begin, before I begin with it, to add on to what sir was saying, please remember, bache, when you're attempting this examination, civil services examination, it is not that you might have read hundreds and thousands of books. It doesn't matter. What you perform on that particular day is what is going to decide how many marks you're going to get. So please remember one thing over here, what we use the word as smart work plays a very important role. How? See, whatever foundational stuff you have done, let us say you have read the NCRTs, you have read the standard books, and what the teachers have taught you. If you analyze them well, plus with the tinge of your current affairs, and you do a lot of answer writing practice, you will be able to perform really very well. This time, the GS paper 1 has been, I would say, easy to moderate, as sir had mentioned. So let us begin with the topic of geography and society, and let's analyze what the questions have come and how or what should be the approach while attempting these questions. So let's begin. If we see an overall trend, out of the questions, out of the 20 questions that have been there, you realize that Indian history and the art and culture portion has had 6 questions this time. If you see a general trend, do you realize from 2019 to 2025, you have 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 6. So what do you analyze out of it? You realize that a basic trend is from 6 to 7 questions that are generally asked, right? When you see society, 7, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. So do you realize out of them, 6 to 7 questions are there. Now, what do you understand by this? Please understand. Many candidates tend to take the Indian society as a subject which is okay, we can study at the last, or something that can be done on its own. What is the need for studying that? Please remember. Do you realize it is almost equivalent to the other subjects? If you do not understand these concepts, if you do not practice, if you neglect it, you can suffer very badly in the examination. So Indian society again plays a very, very important role for your GS paper 1 in particular. Now comes the third part, that is Indian geography, or Indian plus the world geography. Now in geography you realize 7, 7, 8, 7, 6, 7, 8. So again a balance is maintained over here. See, sometimes it is possible that society questions might increase to 8 and 9 also, some might decrease. Overall trend is this. So if you miss on any of them, you will suffer. So what is important? You need to dedicate good amount of time in understanding all these things. According to the cost benefit also, you realize society becomes easy, but you should not neglect it. Okay. So sir has done with this part. I'm going to do geography and society. Let's begin with the discussion. Okay. GS paper 1 geography. You would have seen we have done with the Indian geography lectures. We will be starting with the world geography lectures also soon after the polity series. So we will be covering a lot of things there also. So let us see what we have dealt and what questions have been asked. So let's see. First, something very, very important. Every year, the topic climate change becomes very, very important. As has been asked here, I always tell candidates that you have a syllabus in front of you. Definitely for the topics like, let us say, history or geography, all, you would be making your notes from what you have studied. But again, along with it, please remember, bache, whenever they are preparing the questions, examiners, over there, they tend to pick up the keywords and then ask question accordingly. What I advise is, along with the notes that you make, every single word that is present in your syllabus, you should have at least 1.5 page note on that, at least. Like climate change over here is mentioned. You very well know every year the climate change question comes. So at least that note that you make, out of that you can mention certain stats out of it, or certain dimensions that can add to you, whatever be the question. See, whatever the question will demand, you will write accordingly. But those notes that you make generally help you in certain statistics that you put in your introduction or in the body or in the conclusion. So that is very, very useful. Now, please see over here. The question, first question is, how are climate change and the sea level rise affecting the very existence of many island nations? Discuss with examples. Now, please remember this very, very carefully. Any question that comes in geography, at least for geography I'm talking, examples and possible usage of maps and diagrams will be very helpful. See, when the people who are checking your paper, they are geography professors. So what they generally do is, please understand, what they generally do is, they focus a lot on the aspect, are there some map or little bit of example or geographical dimension that is added? The moment they see that, they're very happy. Remember, addition of a map or let us say some diagrams will give you at least 1 mark extra in comparison to your person who has not done that. I'll be telling you, other than what is mentioned here, I'll tell you how you can improve that 1 mark. Please remember, bache, you do not have to be a super brilliant person. You just have to be a candidate who gets 1 mark extra than your competitor. If you get that 1 mark extra, you will realize that 20 questions are there. 20 marks increases in from GS1 paper. Similarly, other 4 papers also, the marks will increase. So, yani ki 80 marks can increase by just doing little bit extra. Remember, whatever points are mentioned here, while you are attempting the paper, it is quite possible that you might be writing some other points, proving a similar point of view, no problem. But what extra thing that you can do in all these questions that adds on to your marks, that is what I'm going to tell and emphasize also. That is why I've drawn certain hand-drawn diagrams and maps also, which will be helping you to analyze what you can do, what makes a normal person who's appearing for the paper different from the one who's topping the examination. Let's see. If I see over here, there are certain dimensions which you need to understand. How are the climate change and the sea level rise affecting the very existence of the island nations? Now see, first of all, you should know what is climate change. But over here, because it is a 10 marker, so we cannot go into a lot of detail. So what could be the appropriate beginning or introduction? You can briefly mention about a certain climate changes that are taking place. Let us assume there have been certain reports recently also where they said that approximately 3.7 to 3 millimeter annually rise has been there. With respect to recently in the newspaper, there was that with respect to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the rise is even rapid, close to 5 millimeter annually. So you could have begun with any of them. One is this way of introducing your answer. Other ways, you could basically define climate change and then begin with. But because it is a 10 marker, you need to be more specific. So that is why you could, like, climate change intensifies cyclones, coral losses, rainfall shift, sea level rises by this much. This is according to the report that have been mentioned, threatening the survival of the island nation. Now, what is this? This is basically denoting what is being asked. Now, the core idea is ways in which the climate change is impacting island nation, and along with it, second part is sea level rise. So this question basically comprises certain parts. If you combine those parts and do not do it separately, your marks will be cut. So see here, how is the climate change and the sea level rise affecting the island nation? So one part is answering this, climate change impacting the island nation. Other part is the sea level that is impacting, the sea level rise that is impacting the island nation. If you do not do them separately, and you just combine them, possibility will be the examiner will cut marks. Because let us assume 5 marks for this, 5 marks for this, and then 10 marks out of that, the 10 marks are created. So do not forget to do this. So first thing, let us say the ways in which the climate change impact the island nations. You realize that most obvious thing that is happening is climate change is a rise in the temperature. So please remember, when we have written certain points, it does not mean these are the only points. Because while during the time of examination, whatever comes into your mind at that time, you write it, right? So there are certain points which might be different from your perspective, but these are generic points which you all know. First, let us say rising temperature. This is something very obvious. What does it happen? Coral bleaching disrupts the marine biodiversity and the fisheries. You very well know the regions, because of the rise in the temperature, there has been a lot of shift with respect to, let us say, the breeding grounds of the fishes. Now, what does that impact? That basically impacts the fisheries or the fishing, which many of the people in the coastal regions or the island nations basically survive on. Now, if certain people or indigenous communities are living in the island, the major subsistence mechanism for their survival would be fishing. Now, if the temperature is increasing, by default, it is going to very adversely impact what? Their subsistence pattern or their source of food. There has been a recent report also, which I mentioned in my classes in the geography also and sessions on YouTube, where I mentioned that recently rise in temperature has basically impacting the Andaman and Nicobar indigenous community. And along with it, recent reports by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, which I mentioned in my various lectures also, I told them that there has been an observation of rise in the anxiety among the indigenous communities, in particular the Jarawas. There was a recent report I mentioned in my class that rise of anxiety and depression among the tribals. Why? Because please understand this concept. I will take it as a case study also after this answer. The temperatures are increasing. the places where they could do fishing are again decreasing because the fishes are moving to some other places. Because of that, the food dearth is being created. Food dearth being created basically is leading to rise in anxiety, which is something that was never studied also. So this is again related to this aspect. This is something again mentioned in the class. Second, frequent extreme weather events. You realize that, let us see, when we generally study a lot of cyclonic activity, let us take an example. When we talk about cyclones, extreme activities taking place, we generally used to see about Bay of Bengal cyclones taking place, and lesser number of cyclones used to happen in the Arabian Sea region, which used to impact the India. Lesser number used to be hit there earlier. But do you realize the number of cyclones in the Arabian Sea regions are also rising because of the temperature rise? Now, those cyclones are adversely impacting the Lakshadweep Islands, if I take from the Indian perspective. Now, please understand, there are 7 tribal communities that stay in Lakshadweep. This also I mentioned in my class. And because of those extreme climates, it is creating a lot of disruption in their development, in their life itself. So what is going on? Frequent extreme weather, intense cyclones, over here mentioned, devastate infrastructure and livelihood equivalent to 30%. This is a Fiji example that is given. Please remember, this is Fiji example. I'm giving you Indian examples also. I'm not going to limit myself on this content. I'll be giving you n number of examples and diagrams. So I said about Lakshadweep. Here I've mentioned about Lakshadweep. Here I mentioned about Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So this is something that should be clear to you, right? Next is changing rainfall pattern. Now you see what is going on is you realize there are a lot of phenomena that are taking place in the climatic change. You realize El Nino, La Nino is something that you obviously read. MJ oscillations are also, I have taught you in the geography lectures, which will be coming also. Then I've taught you about Indian dipole in my lecture, right? If you would have seen the climate chapter, I told you about the Indian dipole, right? Positive and negative. Now, what are these? Indian perspective, if I tell you, this is basically impacting the rainfall pattern. So what we expect is there are certain seasons where rainfall should take place, but if in certain places or certain time there is extremes of rainfall, what will happen? That will going to impact the livelihood. So on sometimes there is extreme rainfall that disrupts the living pattern. On the other hand, there is no rainfall that is basically creating droughts. So example over here, severe droughts disrupt the agriculture and drinking water supply. This is very, very important. This is something very important over here. 2011 drought in Tuvalu basically leading to water rationing. So this is again an example. Similar water crisis was earlier created in Maldives also, where India basically helped them. So Maldives example with respect to water crisis can also be mentioned here. India has always been very generous. You can mention here. Other than this, why I am telling you is this. It is not necessary that you mention only the world examples. You can, but certain things that you keep on reading. I have mentioned all of these examples which I'm telling you. I have mentioned in the class in my geography lectures. So you could have mentioned here Maldives also. Because of the rainfall changing pattern, they have faced dearth of water resources. Because remember, though they are surrounded by water, you cannot drink brackish water. You need fresh water for drinking, right? Next, ecosystem collapse. Loss of mangroves and sea grass beds reduce the climatic resilience as observed in Micronesia. Micronesia, again, the region of the Pacific Islands. Please remember, where the vegetation is there, vegetation also has an optimum range where they can survive. When the temperatures are rising, when there is again climatic extremes, it basically tends to impact the vegetation along the coastal regions also. Now, this is very important. Please understand. When the ecosystems are impacted negatively, let us say mangroves. Now, please understand how can I connect it with the survival of the communities or the island nations. Please understand, the mangroves act as barriers to the, let us say, very extreme waves, even as barriers to very waves like the tsunamis also. When these ecosystems are destroyed, it basically breaks the linkage between the communities that are residing nations and along with their survival, because once they are destroyed, they can face greater number of disasters. So this ecosystem collapse is not only impacting the biodiversity. I had mentioned these points in the natural vegetation chapter. If you would have seen those chapters well, every point which I'm using right now, remember, in my YouTube session till now, we have done the Indian geography part. And I'm using the examples which I've used in my class. Right now, we'll be doing the world geography part, but imagine in spite of that, we can give example to every point here. So over there, you realize you can mention the examples where not only the biodiversity loss is taking place, right? Not only the biodiversity loss is taking place, but it is making the nations more prone to disasters. Next, economic stress, decline in tourism and fisheries undermine the GDP and employment. A 40% drop in tuna revenue in Tuvalu and the projected 25% species loss by 2050. Again, by default, if certain regions, let us say in the island nations, which let us say experience extremes of climate, extremes of weather conditions, what will happen? It will basically be impacting the tourism sector, right? Obviously, it will impact the revenue overall. So these are certain points which you can mention here. Clear? So along with, please remember one thing, one mantra you should be very clear about. Whenever you write any point, you should have an example with it. This is very particular with respect to general studies, or a small map or a small diagram. This becomes very mandatory. Now, we have answered what? Please understand, introduction part done. This was the first part of the question. This is the second part where sea level rise is impacting the island nation. Let us see this. Second part is which sea level impacts the island nation. Now see, this becomes a second part. Any candidate who misses or does not separate these two parts, your marks will be cut. Submergence of low-lying islands. You realize that recently there have been a lot of reports with respect to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands in, let us say, in few decades, not decades, let us say close to after 2050, more prominently you will realize that there will be sinking of islands will be observed. By 2100, they're saying even Mumbai will be submerged. So you can realize the extent to which the submergence can cause a lot of problems. Very well know that right now what Mumbai or Bombay, which we call, is made up of 7 island nations which are combined. So we can code that also for that matter, right? Now see, submergence of low-lying islands just 1 to 2 meters above the sea level are at permanent risk of being drowned. Next, population displacement. Please realize now we have climate migrants, climate-based or climate-based migration is taking place. These are new words that are coming because people from one region are migrating to other regions because they know that when they are living in the island or regions which are, let us say, close to the islands or in the islands, they can be submerged. So that is why you realize Tuvalu residents migrating to New Zealand, the world's first planned migration under the Philippine Union Treaty. This treaty was basically signed for just the mere reason that the Tuvalu residents face a scenario where their regions will be submerged. So a treaty was signed with New Zealand so that they could migrate and settle in New Zealand, right? So these are climate migrants. This word, please remember, climate migrants becomes very, very important. These are keywords which are used by even United Nations. Fresh water contamination. Obviously, you realize we should make it very clear in this that we do not drink brackish water or salty water. We drink fresh water. When there is rise in the sea level, automatically the salty water or the brackish water can contaminate the fresh water. So there will be lesser resources which we can drink. If we do not have water resources to drink, by default, our survival will be at a danger. So salt water intrusion renders the aquifers non-potable. Maldives faces a severe freshwater shortage. I had recently mentioned this example. So this makes it very, very clear. Accelerated coastal erosion. Now see, narrow shoreline shrinks, reducing the habitable area. Let us assume this. I'll draw a diagram also over here. Now see, if there are certain regions, if supposedly normally we have, let us say, water present over here, right? This is all surrounded by ocean, right? Ocean. Now the water generally reaches this level. If supposingly the water level rises, the possibility of erosion will also increase. So water is going to basically be impacting these regions also. What will happen is, because of the erosional activities, obviously, this will become non-existent in some time. So that habitable area. So what is the habitable area earlier on? This was H1 habitable area. After the erosion, you will realize the habitable area will decrease. So this is H2. As the sea level increases, rise in the sea level will basically decrease the regions which can be habited, because automatically there is submergence. So these are small diagrams you can use and explain. Remember, these are like freehand. It should come like very freely, you should make them. This I can make. I have always done this. Please remember, in the classes also I tell you, put it in the box, label it, and it is fine. These small diagrams, habitable areas, will just give you a little extra mark than the competitor. This is a habit which you develop if you practice. It is not something that out of magic will come while you are appearing for the actual examination. No. It can only happen if you practice. See over here, loss of cultural heritage. Now just tell me one thing. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example to this also. Loss of cultural heritage, right? Let's imagine there's certain tribes that are living in certain region. Let's see here. Tuvalu residents are in their island regions. They migrate to New Zealand, right? Now the Tuvalu have their own language. They have their own dressing sense. They have their own food habits. Now, when they migrate to New Zealand, do you realize they will be becoming a part of the mainstream population of New Zealand? Slowly, their culture will change. Why? The tribals have a characteristic where their literature, they do not have a written literature. They have an oral literature, which is transmitted orally. They have their own language. Slowly, when you adopt to other culture, you tend to forget your language because the main means of conversation changes. Because your history and your culture was oral, you will forget it in the coming generations because it was majorly oral. So you become a part of the mainstream population and you are just distant from your original culture. That is what you can put. Over here, Kiribati communities struggle to preserve their oral. See, I've mentioned the same thing. Oral traditions after relocation. This is the most important things, right? Clear? Any problem here? Quickly tell me. Any problem here? You can quickly tell me. Right? Now see. Bache, everybody over here, if you analyze, this is something, if any candidate who is preparing well will do these things. Every candidate who will get good marks. But just tell me one thing. What extra can you do to get that 1 mark up more than your competitor who is also good? See here. What I have done is, I have just written case study, Andaman and Nicobar Island. Now please see over here. It doesn't mean that you write a lot on this. This is just like you have written all the points. At the last, before the conclusion, you can mention a case study. Right? See over here. In the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, you realize you have the Jarawas here. You do not have to be very precise over here. Right? Absolutely, bache, you can mention the Himachal Pradesh examples also, no doubt. Right? You can mention it. You do not have to be very precise like what are the islands present here. A simple idea. The Jarawas are present here. The Onges are present in the Little Andaman and the Shompins in the Great Nicobar. If I tell you this, please remember, this also I have done in the Indian physiography part. If you would have remembered, if you would have done, I have done in the Indian physiography also. Right? Now see here. Now what is going on here is the problems that they experience. There are certain reports that, unlike the case where the rise in the sea level is 3.7 to 3.8 annually, in the case of Andaman Nicobar Island, it is to be close to 5 millimeter annually. 5 millimeter annually rise, right? So now that, what does that lead to? That leads to a bigger problem. So what is going on right now? First, there is issue of issue of mental health. Mental health. Why? Why? Because there is a lot of pressure because of the climate extremes that they are experiencing. Right? Climatic extremes. And food security issues. Clear? Now realize lot of the tribals have died due to the extreme of the climatic conditions and let us say the cyclonic activities that take place. Loss of life. It is predicted by close to 2050, many islands will drown. Now, bache, what have I done by this? I have completely changed the aspect of the answer where addition of this gives you 1.5 marks more than your competitor. Because this makes the examiner feel that this candidate has written something based on the analysis. Because see, climatic change impacting this, sea level, this so many candidates who have read well can write. Doing this adds on to your answer. Is it clear to everybody? Right? Hopefully that makes it clear. So these things, and then after that you can conclude, and if that is what is the expectation. Clear? Clear? Done, everybody? So this was the first part question, and hopefully it is clear. Let's move on to the next. Now see one more thing. Many times people or students ask, sir, from where it has come. You should know that very well that these topics of island nations, their drowning has been very frequently in the news. So if you realize sea level rise over here in the newspaper, in the Indian Express, repeatedly it has been there. Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal sea level rising in the faster rate, posing threat to the India's coastal livelihood. Right? If you realize this question had been in the mains test series also, like how climate change and sea level affecting the existence of many island nations. Over here, see here. Analyze the geographical factors contributing to vulnerability of small island nation. Discuss the global response and mechanisms. So similar questions have been there in the test series also, which we had given to the candidates. So if they had done well, they could easily answer these also. Next comes the question: what are the non-farm primary activities? How are these activities related to the physiographic features in India? Discuss with suitable examples. Now, bache, understand this point very, very, very clearly. The important thing is whether they mention the examples or not, you have to mention the examples. Why? Any answer without examples or case study for that matter is a superfluous answer. What do you mean by superfluous? UPSC has very categorically written any answer that is superfluous will not be awarded marks. The meaning of that is that simply, let us assume I give this question to a class 10th student. Let us say the previous question for that matter. Let us say previous question, which was related to climate change. He will also mention 10 points. That is not a big deal. What is the difference between a person who's preparing for civil service from a class 10th candidate is that you have a higher analytical ability and you have to prove your point well. And that proving of the point is done through examples, certain, let us say, case study, certain statistics, certain reports, that should be there. That is why, while you realize that in these questions, though their examples are there, I am giving you more examples, diagrams, and these things. These become very important for your geography. Now see here. When I come to this question, let us see the parts this question comprises. The basic thing, please understand, when we answer a question, first thing is context. Context means what the question is asking. In the process of analyzing what the question is asking, you should understand what are the parts of the question. See here. First is, what are the non-farm activities? This is one part of your question. How are the activities related to the physiographic features? This is the second part. In all these things, you need to use the examples. Clear? Let's see. Basically, you realize when I talk about sectors of the economy or activities related to economy, you have the primary sector. you have the secondary sector. Let's see. Let's take a minute and analyze this. Generally, when we study, we realize there are primary activities, there are secondary. This is not something that you need to write, but this is something that you need to understand, right? Secondary and tertiary. This is again something that I have mentioned in my classes repeatedly. And obviously in the NCRTs also it is mentioned. This basically deals with the service sector, services. This basically deals with the manufacturing, right? Now, this is the primary or the basic things. We generally talk about farming, let us say agriculture. Out of it, along with it, we generally see horticulture also. We see fishing also here. We see hunting and gathering also here. We see pastoralism. We also see aspects of mining related activities. Now, see here, this is a basic understanding which we all know and should be expected from a candidate who's preparing for civil services. This is mentioned in the NCRT and I have repeatedly mentioned in my lectures also, right? Now, see the beauty of this easiness of this question that is there. They said, what are the non-farming primary activities? When I talk about farming, let us say this is removed. Horticulture again is related to the land. You are again growing some fruits, vegetables, right? So let us remove this also. Now do you realize fishing, hunting, gathering, pastoralism, mining. What are these? These are non-farming primary activities. This is a basic concept. What they have asked you? What are non-farming primary activities? This is like when I read this question, it basically gave me a hint, like I'm appearing for a class 10th board exam, right? Now, understand one mantra very carefully. Easier the question that you get, more effort you have to put in the answer. Understand this point very well. Easier the question you get, more effort with respect to diagrams, maps, statistics, illustration have to be put. Why? Because a class 10th candidate can also write this answer. You are a candidate of in 20s, 30s and people in 40s also are appearing for this examination. So your answer cannot be a class 10th level examination answer. This means that you need to put in a good amount of analysis, maps, diagrams. These things need to be put in order to raise the number of marks in this answer, because this question is so easy. These are certain mantras that you should understand. The easier a question is, more difficult it is to get the marks. Understand that? Clear? So that is why this is something that I teach in my geography lessons. I teach in my anthropology lessons also. Many candidates who have studied geography from me on YouTube and anthropology in my batches would have realized that they are like studying all these things in combination. See here, non-farm primary activities, you can, unlike this that is mentioned here, please remember, right? So how to make additional notes reply. But I will be, after my session is over, I'll be adhering or dealing with your queries. Wait till that time, I'll be answering all your queries, right? Now see here, what you can begin with is, rather than beginning a non-farm, you can just answer what do you mean by primary activities, and then you can say that out of the primary activities, we can have these, and non-farming means exclusion of the non-farming, and that means which are dealing with a natural resource livelihood outside the crop cultivation. So all these activities, primary activities, which exclude cultivation and farming, those are non-farming primary activities, which can be fishing, even forestry, mining, quarrying, hunting, mineral production, salt, all these are there. Now, over here, fishing, you capture the aquatic resources, forestry, extraction of timber, extraction of mine related to coal, traditional livelihood, evaporation and all. Now, I can give you examples over here, but what I will do after the answer discussion, I'll give you certain maps how you can improve your answer. Please remember that. That becomes very important. Now, this is the definition which you can answer with respect to the non-farming primary activities. Now, the question other than that is how these activities are related to the geographical features also. Now, bachche, see. Just imagine India has a geography. Now, everybody, those who have watched my YouTube lectures related to geography, go to the first lecture of Indian physiography, Indian location, and after that Indian physiography. 2 lectures are there. If you open those lectures, you will see something like this. You will see something like this. If you would have watched the lecture again, that is why I always tell use those lectures well. You will see desert, coastal region, peninsular regions, you will see the mountainous regions, you will see the plains, right? Right? These were the geographical divisions. Within them, you realize the desert region has again the sandy soil, the coastal regions again the coast, peninsular plateau is full of the mineral resources. That means mining can be there. In the upper regions, let us say mountainous regions, you will be seeing again steppe cultivation, but we have to remove that. You can see pastoral activities taking place in what? In the Himachal region, in the Uttarakhand region. So do you realize, based on these things, you can very well answer. Before I make you understand this, let us go back. How are these activities related to physiography? All those who are in the coastal regions, that is coastal physiographic feature, will be involved in what? Fishing, right? Fishing. Or those which are close to lakes will also be involved in that. Now let us take an example. In the regions of Arunachal Pradesh also, we have a lot of tribes. Apatani tribes, like Mishmi, Miri tribes. Now these tribes basically have, again, they have their own means of economic sustenance, but they also do some form of smaller level of fishing also to add to their nutritional value. That can also be mentioned here. I have mentioned all these things while my lectures of geography as well as anthropology which we do. So in geography, I have already covered these. So good for sea and estuary fishing, support many coastal jobs like Sundarban and Chilika. Now river delta and wide shelves, nutrient rich waters, high witch cache. Now these delta regions also have a lot of fishing activities that are done. That can also be mentioned. Forested plateaus. Silk cultivation depends over here. Now dry deciduous forest, again means of forest resources utilization. Dry deciduous belt. Now you realize forested, dry deciduous, wet deciduous, all these things have been done in the vegetation chapter also. If you would have done, I'm telling you now, if you would have done the geography series of the YouTube itself, these things would have become so easy, a cakewalk for you with respect to the examples and the diagrams which I'm using. Humid plateau regions, you realize deep soil over here, rubber cultivation, cashew can be done, or basically plantation. Again, this is in the plateau regions, you can basically add with respect to certain minerals also. Reservoir and wetlands, dams, beels, oxbow lakes are the regions. Here, Bengal, beels, Bihar, chors are present. Mineral belts, basically Jharia, coal and Singhbhum, iron are present. Arid, semi-arid regions, limited water is there, so gum, resins, goat, sheep grazing is done. Rajasthan, gums and all. Now please see, it is fine, but let us, these are certain examples which you can do. Let us take it from a different perspective. Let me give you certain things. These are certain things. Let us add on to this. Let's see. Let me create a map here and give you a brief summary how you could have added value. See here. Everybody look at here, look at this particular map. These are certain, see, whatever the model answer is present, that is fine, good. But understand the value addition which is being done over here. You see over here, this is, let us say, the region of Rajasthan where desert is there. desert. Now see over here. In the desert region, you realize, I had mentioned in my lectures also, over here there is dearth of water, right? There is dearth of water, right? What do you see? Here you have a lot of pastoral activities also in the form of rabaris or raikas. Similarly, if you realize, let us refer to certain pastoral communities and we'll go to other communities also. Similarly, over here you realize there is in the Himachal Pradesh region and in the regions of Uttarakhand, you realize there is again mountainous region. So what happens? There is difficulty in cultivation and other resources. So what they can do? You can have Bhotias, right? Bhotias over here again, they do pastoralism, right? Now, this is how this is related to relief which is mountainous. Now over here you realize there is difficulty in cultivation. So there are pastoral activities being done over here. Yes or no? You will agree to this? Let us come down to the region of Andaman Nicobar for 2 minutes. Everybody just tell me one thing. When you hear about the great Andamanese, when you hear about the Onges, when you hear about the Shompins, these are communities that are living in the Andaman Nicobar, their major means of sustenance is hunting and gathering. Yes or no? So do you realize over here you realize what? The tribes like Jaravas, the Onges tribes, which I had done in the previous slide also, Shompins, they basically indulge in what? First is fishing and hunting and gathering. So what? Because these are island, so what they will do? Please remember, in a broad classification, fishing can also come under hunting and gathering. But first is fishing and hunting and gathering. So you can mention this here. Yes or no? Similarly, just tell me one thing. The communities that are in the coastal regions, these regions also have got to the fact that these are coastal regions. What are these? These are coastal regions. Coastal region is a physiographic feature. Major thing that is happening is fishing here again also. Yes or no? Fishing is happening? Yes or no? Quickly tell me. Fishing is happening? Now, let us see a very important feature over here. We were mentioning about the region. These are plateaus. Please remember one thing. When we did in geography, in my physiographic divisions, I very categorically mentioned, though we will be doing economic geography later on, right? We will be doing economic geography later on. But over there also, I'll be mentioning that how plateaus have a reserves of what? Mineral resources. So let us see, these are plateaus. Plateau region, Chota Nagpur plateau regions, obviously Deccan plateau regions. These particularly these regions, you will realize, are storehouse of what? These are first physiographic feature is plateau. Plateau is there. Now, in these plateau regions, one more thing is that minerals are present in great quantity. Right? If you read the regions of Ranchi, Jharia, Singhbhum, and all these regions, you realize minerals. So minerals will related to what? Mining activities. Next, similarly, you realize in the regions of, please remember, you can also do one thing in the regions, let us say these regions, these are forested regions also. So forestry is also let us say timber utilization. Now over here you can mention communities like Santals. These are basically using forest resources, right? So, bache, do you realize something? Usage of certain maps. I'm not telling you to go into all these details in so much detail in your examination. But every question of geography that comes, if one map or one diagram that is added will increase your marks by plus 1.5 at least in the 10 marker. Did you understand this? Did you understand this what I have done? And I have drawn very freehand, in a free-handed manner. Mundas ho, obviously, bache, mundas ho all come. Is it clear to everybody? I can add tens of other examples, but again, we have to adhere to the time limit also with respect to our answers. So this again becomes important with respect to geography. Clear? No problem. Can we move ahead? Okay, see here. In my lectures also, I have mentioned this in my geography lecture also, in my anthro lectures also. These are all pastoral communities. This is physiography. This is in geography part. So all these were drawn in the classes. If you could link these things, you can get really good marks. Let's move ahead. Explain briefly. See here. Explain briefly the ecological and economic benefits of solar energy generation in India, again with suitable examples. Bache, understand this very, very well. Solar energy potential, right? Sir, how do you do value addition to your, please? Bache, I told you in 10 minutes back also, the moment I finish with my session, be there, I will be answering all the queries that you will have. Till that time, you will have to wait. Otherwise, what will happen? We will divert ourselves, right? You can wait till that time, we will come to that. So now, please understand, this is a perfect example of previous year question. But the important thing is, this question of solar energy was asked in GS paper 3. With respect to the economic chapter, economics, so is there. Over there, do you have the renewable and non-renewable energy present? Please remember something you need to understand very well. There is a very close relationship between GS paper 3 and GS paper 2. Please understand why. Every time you will see this has happened. I can out of, let us say from the past 10 years, 5 or 6 times this has happened. They tend to pick up questions from GS paper 3 syllabus and put it in GS paper 2, GS paper 1. Why? Because see, let us assume there was a question of remote sensings and GIS, right? GIS and RS over there, that is remote sensing was mentioned, because that has got to do with science and technology also, that is asked here, right? That was asked here. And with respect to the solar energy portion comes in your economics also and economic geography also. So please remember that this is something that very often happens, right? Very often. Some questions will appear as science and technology questions, but those are basically part of geography also because their application is there. So you will see certain questions here, right? Okay. So can we qualify the exam by writing random by filling places? Better, you can never qualify by that. If that was the case, then everybody would be an IAS, but that is not the case. This is one examination where what you have done during a school and college's time does not necessarily work. Remember that. The answers that you write have to be to the point, have to be meeting the exact requirement of the question. Any nonsense in the answer, they will cut your answer and give you 0 straight away. Many candidates have achieved marks in their college exam by simply writing things. They think that the examiner will give marks in the college. They might have done that. In UPSC, nothing like that happens. Anything that does not meet the requirement or is extra, you will cut your marks will be cut. And you remember, you write extra also, na? Extra in the sense that you have gone beyond the let us say the word limit. You can get a penalty marks also, -5, -10 also. And that is shown in your answers, in your mark sheet. Penalty marks are given. Remember that. Okay. Now let's come here. Ecological and economic benefits. First of all, please remember, this question has certain dimensions. First is solar energy generation first. you should, when you are writing about this, when you are writing about solar energy generation, you should be very, very clear, right? You should be very, very clear that you should mention something about solar energy, or let us say certain government program that has been there with respect to solar energy production. Because this is a 10 marker, you need to be very, very precise. First part is introduction, a little bit about solar energy. In the body, in the beginning only, you can add a map, which I have drawn right now. I'll show you. Over here, there is no map and all, because this is just a approach to how you can write your answer. So what you can do is, after the introduction, you can draw a map showing, let us say, where in India there is great possibility of generation of solar energy. That is showing a potential that can be made, which I generally, when we will do the economic geography part also, I cover these things where I draw the map also. So that part is also covered there. After that, ecological benefits. After that, economic benefits. These are the parts which you do, right? Let us say, because this has been in the current affairs also, India surpassed Japan. That is why it was in the question also. Japan to become the world's third largest solar power producer, leveraging 300 plus sunny days annually under the Natural Solar Mission 2010, a 500 gigawatt renewable target by 2030. So we have already achieved a lot of our goals with respect to solar energy, right? Now, once you have written the introduction, what you can do is, see here, everybody. This will give you 1 mark extra. You need to get that 1 mark extra. See here. Very simple. This is a map every time in the newspaper is drawn whenever solar energy comes. This red region is a maximum potential region for solar energy, right? That is why you realize in Gujarat, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh regions also, you have a lot of solar parks. This is a region, again, arid region a little bit, where you realize again there is a lot of scope for development of solar energy. This is moderate potential. A simple map showing certain aspects with precision, not nonsense stuff. Precision. This is simple also and precise also. This will give you, that means the potential is there. What is the potential of the solar energy? Once after the introduction you have drawn, put it in a box. What do you have to do? Put it in a box. Solar energy potential. So solar energy generation potential. Now you realize this something. The map should not be very large because the space is limited. Solar energy generation potential. Once you have mentioned, always put it in proper boxes, right? Proper boxes. Now, in front of you, I can draw the map. You would have seen, I can draw the map in less than 10 seconds also. I can draw it on the copy less than 5 seconds also. That is what comes with practice. Please remember that. There was a video on YouTube where I had shown in 60 seconds. See, that was just to teach you. That can be drawn in less than 5 seconds. That is what is required. So this whole map can be drawn in 10 to 11 seconds along with these markings. That is the level of practice that you need to come if you want to get marks. Please remember, civil services is not very difficult. It is you're testing your caliber with respect to the practice that you have done, with respect to the content you have read. Clear, everybody? Clear, everybody? Yes, that can also be mentioned, bache. So what you have done is, the moment you have written this, you draw a map. That the moment the map is seen by the examiner, array, this bacha should get 1 mark extra. Because every candidate has written a simple answer like this. Points, 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 points. Okay, this is not wrong. This is absolutely correct. 1 mark extra using this. Clear, everybody? Make sure you do certain things. Every answer should have something different from the normal person. So once you have, what will you do? In the body, you will draw a map and show that potential over here, right? Now comes the aspect. What is question also saying? Ecological benefits. You can write certain points and then economic benefits. First, solar energy, you realize ecological benefits. First of all, reducing greenhouse emissions. Otherwise, please remember, otherwise what is going on? A typical rooftop solar system in India offsets 7 to 10 tons of carbon dioxide annually, equal to planting 125 trees each year. Clear? Now, see, this is something very easy over here. if you do not know the exact statistics also, you can definitely mention that it helps you to basically reduce the carbon emissions. Now you will say, sir, okay, if you do not know the stat, then also because bache, you have already drawn the map, the examiner is already impressed. That is why I'm telling you these techniques, right? Next is lowers the air pollution. Yes, emits the solar energy. Again, solar power generation does not emit your SO2s, NOx, particulate matter, unlike the coal plants which do, right? Next is conserves water. See, you know that very well. Generation of energy through thermal power plants use a lot of water, right? Even for that matter, nuclear power plants also use a lot of water. So these do not, you simply do not need water over here. Okay, a little bit water can be required for cleaning panels, but that is even exempted. That is a very less amount. Reduce deforestation. Now, decentralized solar plants cut the reliance on the firewood in the rural areas. This has been very, very helpful. Very helpful from the perspective in the rural regions. There have been panels that are set up along with the lights. So there are like street lights, hundreds of street lights in the rural regions which are based on solar power. They are charged during the daytime and they start emitting light during the night time. Again, there is a circuit that basically operates that. So it becomes very, very easy. And the best thing is the costs have decreased. There has been a rapid fall in the cost of these panels. Please understand, earlier what used to happen, most of the panels were imported from China and from United States from the California region. Now, a lot of companies have come up in India. They are domestically manufacturing it. So automatically the cost reduces to 1/10. That is one of the reasons why India is able to achieve the targets. What was in 2030 had to be achieved, they've already achieved that. Clear? And it's the effort of the government to basically increase the solar power plants through the collaborations with the private sector, CSR funds, along with the state governments. This is again, you can add a few other points also with respect to that. Like if you want to add, let us say, biodiversity conservation. How? Because when the forests are cut, you realize that biodiversity is harmed. So you can protect the biodiversity. Right? See here, biodiversity protection, 5th point. Okay. Next is economic benefits. Now, economic benefits, please understand that there are a lot of economic benefits that are there. First, reduces the forest fuel imports. You realize that more than 80% of the oil is imported from abroad. Let us say the Middle Eastern regions, also other parts, even Russia and all. So, if our energy consumptions imports basically decrease, it is very useful here. So, you realize that over here we realize that we can save close to 1.4 lakh crore of forex exchange by basically increasing the solar plants let us say the plants more in number. Let us say at the household level also, if we have these solar panels, it can basically cut a lot of cost that India bears because they have to import a lot of fuel from outside. So one is the fossil fuel dependence can reduce, generate employment. Now please understand, government has very targetedly said that there are a lot of plants being set up for creation of panels. That means indirectly also a lot of people can be employed. There are a lot of startups that have come up with respect to solar panels generation circuits. So that is also creating a lot of jobs. Along with it, please remember, there is a maintenance sector also. Maintenance means one is the manufacturing sector, other is the installation, and other is the maintenance. So a lot of jobs are being created in those sectors also. Clear? Now let us see. PM Surya Ghar Yojana targets 17 lakh jobs. 17 lakh jobs are being created. So similarly, you realize a lot of jobs are being created in this sector. Provides household income and saving. Rooftop system lowers the bill and provides earning opportunity with a discount. There is a concept of net metering. Please understand. This question was asked in your prelims also few years back, right? Few years back. So is it necessary to use case study in this exam? Beta, if you remember, you can write it in 2 lines. There's a difference between an example and case studies. Example is, let us say, I mention a tribe, Jarawas in Andaman Nicobar. That is just an example. If I write 1 or 2 lines extra, that becomes a case study. You cannot write case study in every answer. But if you add in, let us say, if you are attempting few questions, you add case study in 2-3 questions, few questions, that increases your marks. See, these are ways of answer writing. I basically inculcate this habit in whichever batch I take. Whether I am teaching geography, anthropology, or society or social justice, I always make an initiative to tell the students to improve their art of answer writing by doing something different. Clear? Clear? Right? Okay. Right. Okay. Boost rural and net metering. Yeah, net metering means, let us say you have installed solar panels. You can basically use the energy that is generated by the solar panels for your household consumption, and the extra energy, that is electricity that is generated, can be sold to the government. That being sold to the government basically helps you to earn money. That is known as net metering, right? Net metering. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Next is boost the rural and remote energy access. Decentralized solar plants improve the power availability, leading to local economic growth. Lot of small firms and job creation and rural at level have been done, because at the rural level people are finding these aspects as very useful as job creation also, and it is basically boosting economic growth. Let us understand this. I'll tell you indirectly how it is helping. There are a lot of places in India, the rural region specifically, which do not have electricity access. Please remember, there is a difference between having the poles being there and wires being there, and there's a difference between actually having electricity. There's a difference. So there are a lot of villages which do not have proper or regular supply of electricity. So what they have done is, what that leads to, let us say the children are studying at home, they are preparing for this examination, but they have no electricity. How will they study? Yes, lot of work can be done at the rural level, whether it respect to infrastructure development, road development, all these things can be done, but there is no light or electricity to even do that. But with these solar panels and all, you realize these hindrances are basically resolved to a great extent. Charging during the daytime basically leads to increase in the man days. Man days means work days. So this basically helps in improving the economic conditions of the rural region, right? Attracts investment and strengthen manufacturing. Obviously, there is FDI, foreign direct investment is there. So that is basically helping a lot of foreign companies also investing over here, or in collaboration with the Indian companies. So, bache, this is the answer that you have done. The only beautiful thing that you can add over here, as I've mentioned, is a map. Now you will say, sir, is this only thing that can be added? Bache, see, you can draw a flow chart, you can draw a map, but what happens when you see about geography? Geography generally involves geographical dimension, where map or certain diagrams that are related to geography or physical geography become very helpful. I'll show you in the tsunami. I had created, many of you would have seen in this particular channel, PW OnlyIAS English, I had created a tsunami video. Exact question came in the examination, right? Now you will say, sir, many people have created better. Yes, I'll show you the difference, right? So we are done with this question also. Now see, this particular question with respect to solar energy came in the test series. Similar with respect to solar energy was there in the test series also. The Srijan daily test that takes place. That is why, bache, I'll tell you, if you are doing those daily things, you will be able to qualify. I'll give you an example. I was teaching students certain geography subject. So I had an opportunity. I had gone to Delhi. So when I went to Delhi, I had interaction with certain students. I told them at least do one question of optional and one question of GS every day. They said, sir, only one. We should do 10-10 every day. Well, if you can do. But understand, after few months when I met the candidate again, the candidate said, sir, I'm not able to do answer writing. I said, why? Because, sir, I started with 10 questions every day. I got so bored and fed up and irritated that I did not do any. That is why I told the candidate, but just start from one question optional and one question GS every day. If you see in a year, there are 365 days. By the end of the year, even if you are doing one question, you are doing 365 questions of GS and 365 questions of optional. That is why start from small things and then create a whole sea out of it. Do not give humongous targets to yourself and that becomes impossible for you to do. Start from small things and you will, by default, make a castle out of it, right? You will make a castle out of it. So that is something very important. Now, this is question that was asked earlier. Now comes tsunami. Bache, now please see for 2 minutes. If you want to see your channel, you are seeing, after the lecture gets over, go to the tsunami video which I had done, right? Tsunami video which I had done, right? In the tsunami video, everything that has been asked here, I mentioned. See here, what is tsunami? What are tsunamis? How and where they are formed? What are the consequences? Explain with examples. See here very well. Many teachers across India, when the tsunami took place, you know it is a current affair, that is why it has come up, right? So many teachers created it, many students saw, every teacher have done his or her best effort. The only difference which I do in my geography lectures is that I create everything, I write everything by hand, and every diagram is drawn by hand. I am going to, before I begin this answer, I am going to show you something. Just have a look here. This is the answer that is given by the team. Now let's see here. In my lecture, I had mentioned tsunami. I had mentioned the features associated with tsunami. I had mentioned the diagram that was made by hand. I have mentioned all the causes. Everything is made by hand. Now, you know that very, very well that when I draw these diagrams, if you have practiced, you can draw them in less than 5 seconds or less than 10 seconds, these can be drawn. That is why I told you this question over here is something that we have done. What are the causes and how it works and what are the reasons behind that? So everything, all these things which I'm mentioning have been taught in one or the other batches, one or the other classes on YouTube have been done. That is why when I saw the paper, I thought that if somebody had followed what I taught, they would be easily managing all these things. Okay, anyhow. So see, this is everything is handmade. Everything is handmade over here. I've taken the screenshots from the YouTube lecture itself. Now see, let's go back. This is now please understand, right? Abhijit, sir, tsunamis were not, beta, I teach in the YouTube, you would have seen that. And in the YouTube, that is why I tell you, YouTube lectures are something that are very useful. I had made a special video in the YouTube because I teach on YouTube geography. You would have seen that. You should have watched that notification. That is why, bache, please understand, these lectures are for your benefit. Many people, students who had seen the lecture, they had gone and must have benefited from this. Yes, that is why if everything is taught in the batch and the YouTube, similar things are taught, then what is the usefulness of the batch? So you should have watched the lecture also. That is why this unique channel is there to help you. Okay, bache? That is why it is there. Okay. Now see, what are tsunamis and how and where they are formed? Simple thing, please remember, when you talk about tsunami, which I had mentioned, what are tsunamis? These are harbor waves. Harbor waves means very huge, large waves that are present there. Now, when we talk about these waves, please understand, these are certain features that they come at a very fast speed, amplitude is, now, please remember, this is something that most of the students do not do. Tsunamis, there are certain features. Because you're defining tsunami, you can use the spoke diagram to show what are the features. In brief, right? In brief, right? Please break physical. Bache, it is my promise to you, physical and economic geography will be covered in the YouTube by me. Don't need to worry. And once you have done that, you will not have to even see anything else. Don't worry. Fast speed, amplitude increases near shore, series of waves triggered by earthquake or volcanoes, wavelength is long, unpredictable. Again, there is inundation, there is sudden onset, and there are multiple causes. So these are certain what? Features. Now please see here. They are basically caused by multiple dimensions. Let us say there can be an earthquake, right? There can be an earthquake. There can be plate tectonic movements. There can be volcanic activities because of which certain waves might be generated. There can be again landslides because of which tsunamis and waves can be generated. So there are a lot of, what you have to do, please understand. A candidate simply mentioning landslide, this one line and drawing one diagram, it is done, your point is done. The examiner who's going to check your answer of this tsunami will not be interested in listening to stories. He will just be interested in seeing if you have drawn that particular diagram to represent it. Because there are not 100 reasons for this. What are the reasons? See, either there can be a volcanic eruption that takes place. There can be an earthquake, let us say, because of these plate movements. There can be landslide. Or let us say some foreign terrestrial body, a meteor basically comes and strikes the strikes the ocean. That is why a wave can be created. So these are the 4-5 points that are there. Many points are not there. So simply drawing a small diagram and writing one line is more than sufficient here. So see here, you can define it. Then how are they formed? Again, earthquake, volcanic collapses, landslide and all. And small diagram. You are done with this. This will be covered in 1.5 pages. Next, you realize what are the consequences when the tsunamis basically take place. Imagine it yourself. Over here also you can mention the examples. Let's see. First, loss of, right? What happened? Okay. Loss of economic, loss of life. What can be the example? The example can be with respect to the Japanese, Japan had suffered in 2011 with respect to the tsunami that took place. Loss of life, loss of economic dimensions or economic activities. In that example can be tsunami in 2011 basically impacted the regions of Tamil Nadu, where the coastal regions are very badly impacted, which basically led to stagnation of the economic activities. Clear? Clear? Third, it can basically destroy cultures. How? Please understand this very well. According to the regional tribal centers in Andaman Nicobar, it basically observed that the tsunami, when impacted the indigenous communities of the Andaman Nicobar, many people died and many of them basically lost their traditional architectural setup that was there. Clear? Clear? Now see here. It along with it, what can it do? It can basically environmentally harm. Let us say, what can be the case? You realize that if tsunami waves are coming, they can destroy your mangroves cover that is there. Though the mangroves basically lessen the intensity of the tsunami waves, but they can, in a long-term impact or destroy the, let us say the mangroves cover. They can also destroy the ecological correlation. They can destroy the ecosystem that are there. Yes or no? So these things, soil and water salination, yes. Please understand. If the water is coming, if the sea water is basically coming because of the huge wave, because these waves are hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. When they are coming, there might be a lake that is present in the interior, and that is freshwater lake, let us assume, relatively fresh. Again, that will become salty because of the water ingress. So you can mention all these examples over here. It can also lead to diseases. Yes. Remember one thing, during the tsunami that basically impacted the regions of Japan, Tamil Nadu, other coast, it basically led to spread of a lot of diseases with respect to in these regions. Let us say dehydration and all, lot of problems did arise, right, related to waterborne diseases. So this can be mentioned, and then if you want, you can conclude it with early warning system being emphasized, better technology utilization can be there in order to prevent and protect it. Please understand, there are certain things. In the examination, you do not use colored pen. You basically can use black and blue pen. Using those pen also, you can make basic diagrams, which I have drawn, and there is no problem, first of all. Second, using certain diagrams, certain maps, add 1 or 2 marks to your answer. Let me be very categorical about it. The question has been asked repeatedly, and I'm telling you again. When you talk about people who qualify and get very good marks in this examination, it is not that they are brilliant. It is not they are extraordinary. They're the people who come from the regions around you. They have not come from Mars. They have not come from Jupiter. They have come from regions that are around you. The only thing, please need to understand, they are doing things differently. They are not doing different things. They are doing, the people who are topping this examination are not doing different things. They are doing things differently. What does that mean? If you're writing your answer, you're simply writing your stuff. You imagine that the answer is good, answer is very nice. Okay, according to you, it might be good. The other candidate who's topping this examination might be using some map, small, simple map, small, simple diagram. He is doing it differently, and that is why he's getting the rank. Please understand, when a topper is getting that, let us say 100 marks extra from a person who's out of the list, it is because he is getting that 1 mark extra in every answer. Increase in 1 mark in every answer leads to 80 marks increase in the total GS. And if you include optional, 100 marks increase. Simply this little effort that you do changes your life. Clear? Clear? Okay. Okay. See here. Let's move ahead. You should understand something over here very well. You should understand something very well, that this was again in the current affairs, in the tsunami hits Russia, US, Japan. I had even drawn the location where basically this instance happened. All these things are basically mentioned. The Pacific Ring of Fire also I had drawn. You can see the lecture in the YouTube. It's available for you free of cost. This was also again, see, in your Srijan test series also it was there. So again I realized your studying, your utilization of the lectures, your test series, all these when combined well helps you to get good marks. This was in the test series also again, right? Clear? Okay. Okay. Give geographical explanation of the distribution of offshore oil reserves of the world. How are different from onshore occurrences of oil reserves? Please understand this simple aspect. Simple word, offshore and onshore. If you realize this, something that is present on the continent and you're drilling in order to extract some oil. You can have examples of Dig Boy, right, in Assam. Over there, what you are doing, you are basically exploring or rigging, or let us say extracting oil from the continent. That is known as onshore. Offshore, that means beyond the coast, like Mumbai High. So that is offshore, not in the continent, but in the regions of ocean or seas. That becomes offshore. This is a simple concept. Now, please understand when we will do economic geography part, because see, you would have studied in the batches, that is covered there. These are generally taught also. When we will do the YouTube lectures also, over there also we cover it with respect to the oil reserves. So onshore is, in simple words, understand, if you are in the continent region, mass is there. Over there, if you certain, let us say, drill so that you get oil out of it, what is that? That is basically onshore. If you go beyond the coastal regions, that is known as offshore. Right? This is a basic thing. These are the two words. Right? These are the two simple words. Now the question is, give a geographical explanation for the distribution of offshore oil reserves of the world and how are they different from onshore and offshore. Now please understand. Now the question will come, sir, this is something that we can answer also using physical geography and basic economic geography, but what can be the extra value addition thing which you can tell us that will increase our marks by 1 or 2? Can anybody tell me how you can increase your marks by 1 or 2 marks in this particular answer? Quickly. How you can increase your marks by 1 or 2 in order to get more marks than your competitor? Tell me quickly. Let's analyze this. How you can increase your marks in this question? Answer me. Simply writing this answer, it is no, see, the question is very simple. I told you, easier the question, right? Sir, we can include OPEC countries. Okay, that is one thing. Let us go into easy concepts. OPEC countries is fine. What you can do extra? See, please understand, this is something very easy. I can answer you, that is no problem. What extra thing? The moment this thing comes, you should analyze what extra thing can I do? Tell me. Map. Okay, map. Bache, understand. Whenever you read about the oil resources, simplest map that even you draw for your preliminary examination is the sites where you get oil. Clear? Let us see. Before I analyze this answer, I am going to tell you how you can increase 1 or 2 marks. See here. Simple. Everybody knows this. See here. The ones which are in pink, Digboy, Nahar Katia in Assam are again what? Onshore. Kalol and Ankleshwar over here are again onshore. Basin and Mumbai Har are offshore. The moment examiner sees this, plus 1.5. Beta, this is what is the application of knowledge. Everybody knows, please tell me everybody who is preparing for this examination will or would have studied even the basic NCERT of the economic geography of class 12th also. You get a huge map where you have to study even for prelims. Let me make it very clear. It is not that you do not study for prelims, you study for prelims also, right? Just drawing a small map and mentioning them increases your marks by 1.5, right? These are the extra things which makes you a topper, and somebody who was out of the list comes in top 50 is something that he or she is doing certain things which are like them. Understood? You can add current scenarios, certain case study also if you want, that is fine. But again, these things make your answer completely different. Now, many people would be adding, let us say, making world maps of certain regions and drawing. Yes, you can. But see, something that you can do easily and get more marks is what is required here, right? So see here. Where is the question? Okay. Offshore reserves are concentrated along the coastal margins and sedimentary basins shaped by geological, oceanographic, tectonic process and all. So what you can begin with is, what are offshore resources, or what do you mean by offshore and onshore? You can mention that. Offshore, you can basically define that in the introduction. When you go on to the aspect of reasons, again you realize there are tectonic settings. Offshore reserves from in the sedimentary basins. Now sedimentary basins are where deposition has taken place, right? Deposition has taken place. So thousands and thousands of years later, that you realize that might convert to oil, right? So that is why one of the reasons. Second, that is why Gulf of Mexico, North Sea basins are regions. Sedimentary processes, thick deposits of organic rich sediments in the deltatic region. That is why you have the Godavari basin over there. A lot of resources with respect to oil have been found, oil and gas have been found. Structural traps in the basins, antisynclines, various sometimes happens. These are fold-like structures over there, are tabbed oil resources or gas resources. These are antisynclines, or synclines are the reverse of these, right? These are basically old deposits that are present. These are basically taught, right? These are basically taught in the chapter of physical geography, which we will be studying live in the YouTube session, in the YouTube sessions also. We'll be covering there. Again, Persian Gulf offshore fields are basically associated with this. Geological age of rock, Mesozoic and Cenozoic sedimentary rocks along the continental shelves are most oil rich, and continental shelf advantage. Shallow wild continental shelves have a lot of regions which can be explored, and obviously these are sedimentary, so there is a lot of scope of organic material being deposited, let us say with respect to animals or vegetation being there. So that these are again the regions where you can find a lot of oil or gas resources. Now please remember, as I've told you, that drawing this map is very useful. So now please understand, the second part was, how is the onshore and offshore different? Now see, basic common sense you need to analyze. Onshore and offshore is a simple word that is a person of class 10th also studies in the NCERT, right? That is why I tell you, reading the NCERTs first of all becomes very important. If you avoid them, you are avoiding your selection, right? You are avoiding your selection in the examination. Everything over here mentioned can be done through NCERT plus the lectures that, I don't know about others, but what lectures I have done, you can manage through them also. Now see over here, when you see about onshore and offshore, you realize that onshore is what, right? Right? So why, okay, the question is, sir, why the confusion when my mind is, the question is about the oil reserves of the world. Why do we include India map? Please understand, this is a very beautiful question that you have asked. Does India form a part of the world? Tell me something. Does India form of the world? Can drawing the India map show you a representation of a case where we are denoting a particular region? I can draw the map of the world also and show it. But can that map of the world be drawn and the regions of the world be completely shown in less than 10-15 seconds? No. When I show the map of India, I am just showing the example or a case study form that, see, this is an example of onshore and offshore. Is India not a part of the world? Whenever you do your optionals, paper 1 is generally in every optional associated with the world dimension, and paper 2 is generally associated with the Indian dimension. Can I not use Indian dimension in the world dimension? Why not? If I'm studying the aspect of mountains, I tell you, give the example of fold mountains, right? Explain how the fold mountains are formed in the world. Clear? I explain the phenomena of fold mountains and then I give the examples of young fold mountains as the Himalayas. Does it mean that I have violated the explanation? No. It is part of the world. So what is wrong in that? Do you understand this? This map basically forms a representation or example of onshore and offshore, where the pink color denotes onshore and the green basically denotes offshore. So my focus is to show the people that it is onshore or offshore. Yes or no? Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Now over here, yeah, remember geological setting. This is basically in the continental basins. This is again in the ocean region in the seabeds. Exploration and technology. This is conventionally lower cost. This is again requires deep platforms which you have seen. Extra cost is required. It is very expensive also. Cost of production again lower, higher. Environmental risk over here is there, but over here it is greater because oil spills can be caused. That basically harms the ecology to a much greater extent also, because when it is spread in the ocean, then you require specialized tools, chemicals in order to counter that, and over there a lot of fishes are basically very badly impacted. Distribution pattern concentrated in the Middle Eastern regions, widely spread across various continental margins. So these are the answers which you see, question number 14. Clear? Done. Extra thing was, with respect to geography, extra thing is this creation of this map. If you can do this well, you can get extra 1.5 mark or 2 marks. Okay, let's move ahead. Artificial intelligence and drones can be effectively used along GIS and RS techniques in the locational and area planning. Now see here. See, geographical information systems and RSS remote sensing. Let us understand, first of all, you should be knowing these things. When I talk about remote sensing, what do you mean by remote sensing? Please understand this, right? Remote sensing means you are basically collecting data from a distance. From a distance, that means avoiding contact. That is avoiding contact. And using, let us say, satellites or drones for that matter. Now, please remember this very, very well. If you want to analyze or do any planning, aerial planning and all, both remote sensing, RS and GIS are used together. Why? Because this is the first step. Once the data is collected, the role of GIS comes. GIS basically involves analyzing the data which is collected by remote sensing. Now, see this very, very well. What can we see over here? See, if remote sensing is here, now remote sensing is what? Is providing you with data, right? What it is giving you? Data. Now, what does GIS do? GIS basically uses this Now, this data goes to GIS. Now, GIS will use this data to produce results what you want. For example, remote sensing has taken data of, let us see, there is a city over here. There are a lot of buildings over here. Let us see, there's a lot of buildings over here. Right? There are, let us say there are a lot of roads over here. Let us say these are roads. You realize that there is a stream also going from here. Water stream is also going. Let us say there is a small lake also here. This is a data that is captured. Now please understand, right? Right? Now see here. The data that is captured here. Now see this very, very well. These are buildings that are here, right? These are buildings that are here. Remote sensing creates data. GIS uses this. GIS using this, what happens? Now you can break this into various levels. Let us say it can break it into, let us say you only want urbanization data. Only urbanization data. Or you only want the data of, let us say, rivers. You only want the data of, let us say, the roads. You can individually take it. All these are combined into GIS, the data that was presented. Clear? Clear? So please understand this, that this whole analysis and all is done by GIS. Remote sensing gives you the data. Clear? NM, difficult to understand beta, then you should do one thing, use all the sense organs at one time. What does that mean? Seeing, writing, if not understanding, listen. Because for civil services, one sense organ or utilization of one or two sense organs and leaving other sense organs does not work. That is why for civil services, all the sense organs should work together. That means listening also, hearing also, understanding also, feeling also. Right? Smell cannot be done because I am in an online platform, so you cannot smell me. But all these things should be done together. So then you do all these things, you will be able to understand also. Whether write some words you cannot understand. So by listening, you can understand. Because the speed at which you process your mind should be very fast if you are appearing for a civil service examination. Clear? Clear? Everybody, are you able to understand this quickly? Quickly? Chalo. So, how artificial intelligence and drones can be effectively used along with GIS and RS techniques in locational and area planning? See, artificial intelligence combined with drone, GIS and RS enhances the spatial data. See, spatial data collection and analysis in decision making and makes locational area planning efficient. Now, what is this? What do you mean by aerial and locational planning? Any region that is being studied, aerial planning or locational planning is basically a study of a region or area. Na? Now see, applications of AI and drone, high resolution mapping. Mapping of the floodplains can be done because you receive information from the satellites through the remote sensing, and then that can be analyzed, predicted whether there is a possibility of flood or not. So flood zoning, land usage and land cover analysis, for that matter, let us say forested regions are there. Now, through the remote sensing satellites and all, you can basically get, let us say, what was the data in 2001 to what is, let us say, in 2025. What are the changes that have taken place? Normally, if you would do it manually, you can never get the exact data. Using the aspect of remote sensing, GIS, and using artificial intelligence softwares, you can basically get better data. Disaster management. Now you realize that every time when using the satellites, nowadays, like in Uttarakhand, we realize we get messages that there has to be a thunderstorm going to happen. There is a possibility of heavy rain that is going to happen. So what is the important aspect? Over there, remote sensing data is being used. Meteorological data is using artificial intelligence data. And based on that, the prediction is made that there will be thunderstorm, rain, and certain problems can happen or disasters can happen. So key flood mapping over here use drone GIS integration. Similarly, in Uttarakhand also it is being done. Infrastructure and urban planning. Smart city mission also uses a very important aspect of GIS and along with it remote sensing along with the artificial intelligence software, because it gives you models or predictions what can be done in future. Next, Agricultural planning, environmental monitoring, transport and connectivity planning can also be done over here, right? So these are certain things. This was again, please, many will feel that these are science and technology questions. No, this is related to economic geography, and economic geography is a very, very core ingredient part of the geography as a whole. Geography includes one part is your Indian geography, which is physical and economic. Then is a world geography, which is physical and economic. Whenever I'm drawing certain maps or diagrams, please understand, you can draw the map of America also if you want, right? You can draw the map of America also you want, and you can give an example. There is no hindrance. But when I give the maps of India and show them as proof that, see, this is what I'm explaining, it is just a case study or a representation of what is the explanation that gives you better marks. Please understand that very, very well. Clear? Okay. Discuss how the changes in the shape and the size of the continent and ocean basins of the take place due to tectonic movement. This is a simplest question that you can come across. A simplest question. This is basically got to do with the plate tectonics theory which you read, right? Plate tectonics theory which you read, right? Right? Okay, Vikas says it's the topic of disaster management is important. Bache, you would have seen that very well that I have done the topic of disaster management with respect to India also, right? Over there, we had done all these things. So that by default adds on to your content that is enough for your answer writing. Clear? Okay. Now see here. Overall, do you realize shape and size of the continent and ocean basins are changing? Simply, whatever you read in the plate tectonics theory and along with it, the proofs that are there, you can use them and basically explain it very well. Please remember, now the question will come, sir, just tell us something that what should be added. The similar diagram that I had drawn, see here. These are constructive plate boundaries. That means the plates are moving apart. There is a possibility that new land masses might be created. There's a possibility that two continents might move apart. This is a destructive plate boundary. Before I answer this, please understand this. You realize there's a possibility because this plate is ending, there's a possibility that things might come closer to each other. Yes? Now, this is one part using the diagrams. Now, let me give you another example. Recently, if you see the current affairs, there has been a case where it was reported repeatedly, the African region, that is the the eastern part of Africa, in the coming years will basically get separated. Not in the coming years, please understand. It will take thousands of, let us say millions of years also. That part will get separated and then it will move towards India. Let me give you an example here. See here. Please see, this is like a case study. You realize that from the Somalian region to this region, this is basically diverging. What is happening? There is divergence that is taking place. I'm just giving you the examples right now. We will study this answer in 2 minutes. These are representations that I'm making, which is basically should be so freely you should be making, that you should be able to answer them. So there is a rift valley being created. You realize there is a what? Again. Now what is being represented over here is, in the few million years, let us say, don't worry, till that time you people would have died, right? I would have also died, you would have also died. So we might not study this. Possibly if you are born again, then you would see, but otherwise you would have died, so you don't need to worry about that. So in a few million years, what is going to happen is, I'm just drawing these diagrams differently. So this is, let us say, the peninsular India. This part will move and attach itself to this part. And there will be massive mountains over here. Clear? This is a case study which is again based on the current affairs. Now, do you realize the separation of this is basically leading to the decrease in the size of the continent of Africa? Yes or no? Will this, where is it? Decrease in the size of Africa? As an example, over here the region of Arabian Sea will decrease because this part will go and basically attach to the Indian part. Yes or no? Yes or no? So, bache, these are certain things. Your diagrams, you should be so friendly with making diagrams in geography. If you do this, I am guaranteeing you, if you draw diagrams like freely, which I am drawing, this is not something that is, let us say, some genius stuff. No, no, no. With practice and understanding, you can do it. If you are able to do it, I am guaranteeing you, you will get some of the highest marks in geography. And this doesn't take time. This is the time which you basically spend in the practice during the normal course of your preparation. If you do them in the examination, nobody can dare to cut marks. Obviously, if it is a 10 marker, you can get some of the highest marks, right? See here. Now, what is there is certain diagrams, these plate movements, the separation, constructive, destructive plate boundaries. This can be an example. These things basically add value to your answers. Why I'm telling you these things before explaining the answer? So that please do not limit yourself to these points only. Over here, you realize subduction, volcanic arcs, opening of new ocean basins, sea floor spreading. This is all got to do with, okay, this is all got to do with the aspect of that plate tectonics theory. Now let's see. Changes in the shape and size of the continent due to tectonic movements, continental drift. Again, you have the continental drift theory also, right? Wegener has commented, this is again from the NCRTs. Slow and lateral movement shift towards the landmass. Again, India drifted from Gondwana land to collide with Asia. That is why the Himalayas were created. Collision and orogeny, again, creation of the mountains also. Convergent plates create folded mountains. See here, what are the convergent plates? Okay, now see, destructive is actually convergence because the plate is converging. So over here, if you realize, mountains will be created, which is seen as Himalayas. Suppose this as an Indian plate, which is subducting under the Asian plate. That is why the mountains are created. Yes, so this is what is collision and orogeny. Rift valleys and new basins. See, East African rift. You mentioned here, this is the same thing of which I have drawn this diagram. We can draw diagrams for everything. You don't have to draw because it is not possible. You have limited space and time. At least for one, you can show as case study. Next, volcanic island arcs like Japan and Philippines. Again, opening of new ocean basins, rifting of the continental plates create oceans, right? Just imagine if you see over here, if this is rifting, again it is, while it will be shifting, there will be certain region or ocean part will be created. So new oceans are created during that time. Again, very simple concept. These are some things that are basically explained in the classes also. Okay, let's move ahead. Again, so changes in the shape and size, sea floor spreading, subduction, trench formation. This was something, a very direct lollipop question. Let me make it very clear. This was a lollipop question directly from the NCRT and little bit of common sense. This thing was basically a current affair that was added. This is something, the basics that you should know. Clear? Let's move ahead. Discuss the distribution density of population of Ganga river basin with reference to island, land, soil and water resource. But let me tell you something. If you have seen my lecture of drainage system and drainage pattern, I think every single river was drawn, right? Along with it, every detail was mentioned with respect to population and population density. If I give you a, before I make you understand this, see here. Geographical factors, we use terrain, climate. Now see, in the answer itself, see here, the question is created from the notes in such a manner. I wrote Gangetic plain, water supply, Gangetic plain, soil, Gangetic plain, land, and everything was explained. The question comes, land, soil, water. See here, land, soil, water. That is why I am telling you something. If you listen or see the geography lectures which I am teaching you, your life will change to a great extent. Exact same thing, Gangetic plain, high density population, explain, Same question comes in your actual examination. Same land, soil, water. Do you get this? I'm telling you again repeatedly, rather than going into the complex stuff in your life, make your life easy, adhere to the basics, adhere to the NCRT, and adhere to the lectures that are even present on your YouTube. It is free of cost for you people. Do analyze. If you want, you can use them and change your life also. Just make the use of those lectures at least. Anyhow, see, we are always there to hold your hand and take you to places which we can give you the direction. Bache, go this direction and you can be successful. But what we see is the students said, no, sir, I do not want you to hold my hand. We will travel our own path. Okay, good. Travel. We are not saying no, but at least take the certain something out of the experiences or experience that we have gained over the years and make the best use of it. You will realize right now in the tribal chapter in the society also, which we will teach in geography also, in society also, question has come directly. You will see, if you are listening to the lecture, you will see for yourself. Okay, one more thing, while using these maps and all, one more thing is there. You should know what population density is. This is also, many people even do not know what is population density. I have even defined population density means the total population upon total area. If I see the average 1.21 billion, see what is population density? Population to you, the number of people residing in a particular area at a particular time. That is population. Population density is the number of people, right? Number of people per unit area. How many people are there according to 2011 census? 1.21 billion. What is the area of India? 32,87,263 kilometers square. So what is the population density of India? 383 persons per square kilometer. Now, when I say the density is more, listen, any figure in India that is close to 383, 384 is, let us say, average density. Anything less than that will be lower density. Anything more than that is higher density. Clear? This is a simple concept. How you basically say some regions are dense and some regions are less dense. Because if something dense, some density, some regions are close to this national figure, below this, let us assume Arunachal Pradesh has 18% per square kilometer, that is less than 383, less dense. If I say Delhi has 11,200 persons per square kilometer, more than 383, higher density. Now, if I talk about Gangetic Plain, you realize those regions are very densely populated, and now that has got to do with the supply of water through the Ganga and its various tributaries. That basically provides place for your economic activities like agriculture and all. Soil. The soil is basically fertile soil. For fresh fertile soil that makes it fit for a cultivation. That is why the productivity and production in these regions are very much more in comparison to the dryland farming which you see in the other parts, which are again old alluvial soil. So that is why the fresh alluvial soil basically helps you better cultivate. Next is land. Now, land, please understand, this is again a very important parameter. I had explained terrain. Terrain, please understand, when I talk about terrain, it says a plain region. Land is a plain region. Can I do, let us say, this is example. This example also I had given with respect to Uttarakhand. Do you realize the density of the regions in Dehradun, Haridwar is more in comparison to Rudraprayag and other places in Uttarakhand? Why? Because those are hilly regions. When I say land, it is plain region. So by default, it is being a plain region, there is density is high. These were the things that you had to mention in your answer. Do you get it? And I had mentioned in the two chapters. First, the drainage system and the topography chapter of the free YouTube series, which is present in PW OnlyIAS English, this particular channel. Now see here. Exact question, water supply, land, soil, water resource. Okay, let us begin. Having understood what is population and population density, you can begin. Density and density of population with special reference to land. Let us see with respect to land. Because you have to separate all these points and one by one you have to mention. Land, extensive alluvial soil, deltatic lowland of Bengal, urban industrial nodes, Himalayan uplands again. So these regions basically with respect to land. More often we are referring to the aspect that is it a plain land. So it becomes easier for cultivation, right? Now comes to soil, rich alluvial soil, flood, and you realize now you realize when we talk about floods, we are criticizing floods, but remember floods are also important because they bring fresh alluvial soil. And every time this flooding takes place now, this is beneficial for the agriculture also. So the annual flood silt renewable, deltatic soil of Bengal is again useful for the cultivation even of let us say rice, soil variation in the western basin. So these are very, very helpful. With respect to water resources, what is the most important thing? Water resources. You are being fed by rainfall as well as the glaciers. So there is a continuous throughout the year you have the supply of water. That is why do you realize when you go to regions of the Deccan Plateau, the Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri are basically those rivers which are fed by the rainfall. They are not fed by glaciers. That is why you realize various regions are experiencing dry land farming or dry land because there is no continuous supply of water. But in case of the Gangetic region, throughout the year, there might be certain decrease in the intensity, the river regime, what we call it. There might be decrease in certain water, but there is continuous supply. That is why when the water supply is continuous, it helps in the survival of the human being, their economic activities, and obviously, supporting the biodiversity and ecology also. So, perennial waters, groundwater. Why groundwater? Now, groundwater is also charged because of the perennial supply of water. Canal system, deltatic water networks are also navigable. So these all things basically help you with what? This question. Now again I'm telling you, if you study the lectures properly which I'm teaching you, YouTube or be the batch, it is going to be very helpful for you in qualifying this examination. You can see it. I have attached the screenshot not to prove myself. No, it is just that please remember the mantra of life. If you want to qualify this examination, make your studies simple and systematic rather than complex and disorganized. If it is simple, you will be qualifying this examination with a probability, that means a greater probability will be there for you to qualify. If you make your life complex, the possibility or probability of you qualifying this examination will decrease. There are many people who are running away studying, oh, we will buy Staller and Staller international book. We will buy this compilation. We will buy compilation from these places and all. What happens? You're making your life complex and that basically decreases your possibility of qualifying. Please make your life easy. If you are doing these easy stuff, you will be in the process of qualifying. Remember one thing, you do not qualify this examination by merely able to solve the difficult question. You qualify this examination by you are able to attempt the easy questions very well. This goes for the prelims and this goes for the mains also. In the prelims paper, you see out of 100 questions, 3 questions which are bouncers, which you have never seen and heard. And because of that, you start reading new books. Beta, what is the cost benefit for those? There were 97 other questions. The cutoff goes to 70 and 80. If you could do the easy questions well without getting them wrong, you can easily clear the cutoff for the prelims and so for the mains examination also. Please remember that well. Do not get hyper or anxious that one question has come difficult or this. Arey bachche, you are able to do the easy questions well also and the difficult question, put some brain, you are able to solve it, you will get the marks. At least better than the others, right? Okay. Next comes, okay, we are done with all the geography questions, right? All the geography questions. Was the geography section, now tell me, in most of the questions, I had showed you the screenshot from my classrooms. From YouTube sessions of geography or the batches, I had put the screenshots. And you saw in most of the questions were coming from what is being taught, what the concept were being taught. Yes, there might be case. I'm not saying exact language, the language might be changed, but you have done those, you will be able to attempt. Now, this is not a mock paper which I'm discussing. I'm discussing the actual UPSC paper that took place today. And that is what has been taught in the classes. That is why I'm telling, listen to the teachers. The teachers have the experience. We might not be the most brilliant people on earth. No, we don't have to be. We are the people who have an experience and expertise with respect to this examination, and that is what makes your life easy, and that is what helps you in your examination. Clear? Now see here. I'm going to the society section. This is again very useful. How does smart city in India address the urban poverty and distributive justice? Now please understand this. Again, a thing that will help you out in understanding. The major problem that you people experience is, the moment you hear smart city, you all have studied smart city mission that started in 2015, right? So you have heard that, but you do not know the parameters. Array, what were the characteristics of smart city? I have not read it. I don't remember it. Better remember, in my schemes lecture in this particular channel, PW OnlyIAS English, I have done a 4.5-hour scheme session. Go and scroll through it and you will realize that. In that, smart city mission has been done in detail with all the parameters and models, so that you get to know what is smart city. Bache, when you see the question, most of the times you are not able to understand what smart city will mean. So you should know that urban poverty, it is fine. You know that. Distributive justice. Now you say, what is distributive justice? We have never heard that. In my classrooms, I've explained these concepts also. Let me give you a glimpse of it. I'm not again boasting that we have done, but once you know these concepts, you can link them. Now see here. I'm giving a screenshot. Smart city mission, all these things were explained. 10 parameters of what is a smart city was explained in the class. This is also mentioned in the YouTube session. What are the focus models? Retrofitting models, redevelopment models, and greenfield development. So you should know what smart city basically is. I had done this. This is a screenshot, you can look at it. Then I had done the concept. I think this is not attached here. Okay, that screenshot is, I think, missing over here. I had done the distributive justice also in the class. I think it is missing. I'll attach it after some time. Distributive justice and what are the components also associated with this, we are done in the class. Now, all those who would have listened to this would have easily got this question very easy. Now see here. Smart cities. Smart cities aim to cite livable and inclusive. Now, what you could have done is define what is smart city, right? Please understand this. Please understand this. You could have easily defined smart city here, and the moment you come to the body, you could easily use that parameters, which I have mentioned here. See here. Though I think there is, because it is a screenshot from the batch, so sometimes it becomes faded. So this is again adequate water supply, assured electricity supply, sanitation, again, effective urban mobility, affordable housing, robust IT infrastructure, good governance, sustainable development environment, safety and security, education, all these things, right? So what are these? These are the parameters of a, right? These are the parameters of a smart city. See here. How does smart city? So once you are explaining this, mention what is smart city, draw the parameters here. Then second part is, first is understanding what is smart city. Second is linking how it resolves the urban poverty. Then third is distributive justice. Third is distributive justice. Clear? Now see this very, very well, right? So you had covered in the current, yes, it was covered in current affairs also. It was covered in the, I do it in geography sessions also. I've done in the schemes in this particular channel also. I've done in my anthropology lectures also. So please, if you, I have done in, I think 4 to 5 different places on YouTube, batches, all. So if you would have done, at least made use of that, you would have been very easily able to do it. Because those points themselves give you the answer. Now see how urban smart city concept basically resolves urban poverty. Please understand, poor people over there are living in the slums. So the smart city basically resolves or redevelops the slums. Affordable housing is one of the parameters. So when affordable housing is there, the people who are in the poor sections basically can get access at a subsidized rates. Livelihood and skills. Urban development, smart development basically means at skilling also, so that the people over there can benefit out of it, and job opportunities are created in the smart city. So again, benefiting the poor. Low cost mobility. If you realize, smart city basically aims at creating a low cost mobility and transport network. For example, if you see the metros, metro system in Delhi or Delhi Metro, you realize those are very cheap. For the women, it is even free of cost. For the college student also, it is free of cost. So what does that help you? That basically helps you to move at a very cheaper cost. Otherwise, the cabs and all are very expensive. So low cost mobility, health and education. Again, the smart city aims at low and affordable concept of, let us say, education as well as health, right? So you realize mohalla clinics concept that have come again. These are again helping you with the concept of affordable health, right? So these are again features of the smart city. Climate resilience for the poor. Again, heat action plans, coral roofs, public spaces, flood drainage vulnerable section. These are basically again protecting you from the climatic vulnerability, especially the poor are more vulnerable. When it comes to distributive justice basically from the concept itself means that the people are basically benefiting from the government schemes, so that an equitable distribution of resources is done. And this is what gives justice, because every individual of the society is a stakeholder of the society, right? So inclusive planning, ward committees, area-based consultation. So what does distributive? People are involved in the decision making. That is also basically what? Empowering them politically. Fair space allocation, vendor zones, affordable market stalls. Realize this very well. If you realize, there are many informal market system that used to exist along the roads on Sundays and Saturdays. Now, various governments, like in Uttarakhand, in Dehradun, let us say, there used to be a Sunday market in Dehradun which used to occupy most of the roads. Now, I could quote this case study also. Under the smart city mission, there's a rangers ground where they have been relocated just next to where they used to be, so that there is no disturbance on the road also. And along with it, they've allocated proper space. Then one more example, there are mandis that exist in Dehradun also. Instead, they used to occupy a lot of large spaces which are unorganized. Government has given them small electric vendors machine, which have rooftop, which are solar panels are there at very subsidized rate, and government has basically subsidized that. So they could sell their products, or let us say vegetables, on that, which they can basically help them in a proper allocation of space and management of space. So these are examples which I can put across close to your regions also. You can have that, right? Now, progressive revenue, geographical information system, GIS based property taxation can basically help you. Service standard parity, universal minimum services, water, sanitation, frequencies can be there. Now, what is going on when we say that everybody gets the access of water? Even remember, PM Janman scheme, that is for PVTGs, is also helping them to get access to water. So, Har Ghar Nal, Har Ghar Jal Yojana, all these things are what? Helping you with the distributive justice. Under the smart city mission, digital payments are being promoted. The UPI, the Jan Dhan Yojana was under this mission only, under this mission in a way that before smart city mission came, these all were working in synchronous manner, so that as the smart city program comes, people should have their accounts also, so that formalization of economy takes place. Next, rights and protection. Protection of the workers, sanitation workers also are part of the smart city mission. Pro-poor budgeting, earmarked funds for the lower income wards. So these things also help you with respect to distributive justice. Again, environmental justice also, green infrastructure first. So you could very easily use this concept and write this answer. This was again under the society topic, but very easy, because I did not find anything difficult in this. This was something this was done in the classes also. Okay. Ethos of civil service in India stands for a combination of professionalism with nationalistic consciousness. Please understand, this might appear like a ethics paper, right? Now, please understand. Now, this was something, now you will ask me, sir, from where this concept has come. Though they have put it in society, it is basically a governance topic, right? It is basically a governance type topic. They have from there, it should be in basically paper 2. But again, it has put in society, so please understand. Now, it does not mean that because it is mentioned in paper 1 and it has got to do with governance, so, oh, why they have asked? Because UPSC can ask anything, they can connect any topic to anything, right? Now, the civil servants are also part of the society, and this becomes important. Now, see, UPSC has a habit of doing this. Now you should obviously would have studied GS paper 2 also. You would studied ethics also. So you should have the knowledge. So you can use that also over here. Now see, ethos of civil service reflects the balance of professionalism, efficiency, integrity, neutrality, along with nationalistic consciousness. That means you're working towards the development of your nation and commitment to the constitutional values. Now, please understand, this is the introduction that you can give. This is good enough. Now, the important thing that comes over here is, please understand this very, very well, that when we talk about these ethos of civil service in India stands for combination of professionalism with nationalistic consciousness. But please remember, over here, you have to mention the points, but you should give the examples also. Now, you can pick the examples from, let us say, ethics you would have studied or governance topic that you would have done. Now, I'll give you an example. Let us assume over here, impartial governance is mentioned. Neutrality ensures professionalism while safeguarding unity and national duty. Now, mentioning of this thing is fine. Similarly, they have been like those ethics topics, efficient, work, welfare oriented, integrity, accountability, crisis management. These are all fine. But if I want to add one more mark, what can I do? Impartial, let us put certain examples. Integrity and accountability. Example, Ashok Khemka, IAS, Haryana. Right? Over here, if I want to mention crisis management, example, Julio Ribeiro, IPS, Punjab and Maharashtra, he was there. Impartial governance, Dr. Kiran Bedi, IPS, right? Dr. S. Shankar, this is not Jay Shankar, this is Shankar, right? Shankaran, sorry. Policy implementation, E. Sridharan, the Metro Man of India, right? Similarly, with respect to these things, you can add other things also. You have to basically mention certain examples if you want to get marks. If you want to get marks, you need to mention examples. If you are not mentioning examples, then remember, just imagine, there are not with everything. Let us say I have just now mentioned certain examples here. Let us say in one or two you do not mention. You can mention also. There are other, I can add more examples. But at least for few of the points, you need to mention examples. Like Dr. Kiran Bedi with respect to her tenure in the Tihar jail. Right? Similarly, with respect to these, you need to mention examples. Now, please, now you'll ask me, sir, from where we will get the examples? But these examples and these things you already study during the preparation in your ethics also. You study in your governance also. Those questions have been asked. They try to do it, but you can counter it with such examples. Over here, the examples were not written. I've written the examples. What is impartial governance? Neutrality ensures professionalism, like Dr. Kiran Bedi. Efficient, welfare-oriented professionalism, like Dr. S. Shankaran. Integrity and accountability, Ashok Khemka, during the time of his tenure in Haryana, where he experienced like 50 plus transfers, but he never gave up on his ethics and morality. Crisis management, Julio Ribeiro, where the way he handled the situation in Punjab. So you can mention these examples. He was an IPS officer over there also on deputation. Policy implementation, E. Sridharan, he's a Metro Man of India. Who was behind the implementation of the Delhi Metro. Social justice also you can mention Dr. Kiran Bedi for that matter. Innovation, representation tools, global representation. So you can mention here these things. Now, one more thing that basically makes it different is, please understand this, what you can add here. See, before the conclusion, what can be added here is, see here, over here, add. Now, this is actually a part of your governance which you should do. The teachers will teach you, but I am telling you because I also add them in my various lectures also. That is ARC report. example, let us say a second ARC recommendation. You know that very well. There is a report, fourth report, which is ethics in governance. And there is another report, 12th report. There are 15 reports. That is citizen centric governance. Right? What is it? Citizen centric governance, or let us say there is, I think, administration. Yeah, administration. Now, ethics in governance basically says, please understand, ethics in governance basically says that the civil servants shall maintain high levels of integrity towards their duty. Citizen-centric administration says, along with the governance, citizens should be governance should be such that keeps the citizens' welfare as a prime objective. Now, these two things, two lines, see, these reports are bulky reports, right? These are bulky reports. We have read the summaries, we read the summaries also. I do not have to write everything. Simply mentioning the Administrative Reform Commission, because now over here I cannot make diagrams, I cannot make map of India. Many people want, you can, but this is what is the requirement. I have done something extra which will give me 1.1 mark to 1.5 marks extra. That is why, remember, I have to do something extra which gives me more marks. Little bit thing extra, and that changes the scenario. Clear? Next, move ahead. What do you think about globalization results only in aggressive consumer culture? Please understand. We'll do it quickly. First is defining globalization. Now, over here, they have simply defined it. I, in my classes, use the definition of Anthony Giddens. Anthony Giddens basically says that globalization is a phenomena in which something that is happening in a remote location is impacting something that is very far off. So it is making the world very small. So this is a simple definition of Anthony Giddens. I had told you, though we do not use thinkers in general studies, but in globalization, please use the definition of Anthony Giddens. It is very standardized. Second is, please remember, wherever the question is justify or answer, you always have to give both the sides, right? You can take one side little bit, but it should give the other dimension also. Do you think globalization results only in aggressive consumer culture? Now, please understand, globalization, they are saying, is resulting in what? Aggressive consumer culture. What does it mean? It means that you are, because of globalization, it has resulted only in excessive materialism, excessive spending. These things have come up. Now, this is the view we asked. Do you agree or justify your answer? Now, what you have to do? Yes, globalization has resulted in certain dimensions. You give certain points, but you also say not necessary. Globalization has helped the country also in various ways. See, or not only the country, but overall also. So you can mention both sides. See over here. After defining Anthony Giddens, globalization is fueling aggressive consumer culture. Like, if you realize mass marketing influence, like brands and all, why has this come up in our country that we are very brand conscious? We want certain brands. This has come up because of the globalization. We want this brand, we want that brand, we want this. Girls are saying, we want a Coach bag, we want a Tory Burch bag, we want a Louis Vuitton bag. Why? Because they feel that this bag is something that will show the others that you are also something. Show off culture, right? Show off culture. So this influence, fast fashion and instant gratification, like the Zara, H&M's, these because they give you a lot of discounts, Black Friday sale. These are all marketing things. That is why this is boosting your consumer. You are spending more. Cultural homogenization, Western food chains. Now see, globalization has led to cultural homogenization. Why? Because you realize everywhere these malls are being created, right? Malls are being created. Now, malls has created an urban infrastructure which is very similar to other parts of the world also. You go to any mall in the world, right? Right? Any part of the world. Do you realize this? In any part of the world, similar, like malls are there, they will have the similar brands and similar infrastructure. It has created homogenization with respect to clothes, with respect to food, with respect to perception towards brands, right? So this is something, what is saying, right? This is something known as cultural homogenization. Digital consumerism, e-commerce has come up all the time. The moment that Amazon and Flipkart basically come up with sales, big billion day sales, prime sales and all, you're waiting, oh, moment the sale comes, you will open the website or the app. Though you do not want to buy anything, you will still buy because it is looking lucrative. It is looking lucrative, let us buy. That is why I'm telling you, this is changing the psychological behavior. Debt-ridden lifestyle. Now tell me one thing. I am giving you a very big case study also which has come up. In India, the people, majority of the people, more than 90% of the people who are owning iPhones. Let us take an example. iPhones. This is a case study. I would tell you, if buy an iPhone only, let us say an iPhone, let us say costs 1 lakh. I'm talking a normal version. It might go to 1.5 lakhs also. Let us say you are buying an iPhone of 1 lakh. Only buy it if you have a monthly income greater than 1 lakh. Remember that. But in India, 90% of the people who are buying iPhones have an income less than monthly income, not yearly, monthly income less than the cost of their phone. This is a basic thing, basic stuff. Why are you buying iPhone? Your salary is 20,000. You are buying an iPhone of what? 1 lakh. Then you use a credit card. You are paying the interest every time, right? Credit card culture. How has this credit card culture come? How has this concept of saving less and spending more has come up? This is a Western culture. Na? Globalization has brought that. Show off culture has led to this. So I'm telling you again, I always tell candidates, I'm not saying do not buy. If you are, let us say, if you are buying an iPhone of, let us say, 1,80,000, if you take, let us say, iPhone 16 or 15 and you buy at 1 terabyte memory phone, it might go to 1.5 lakhs also, 1,80,000 also. Only buy it if your salary, monthly salary is more than that. But in the case of India, 90% of the people who are owning iPhones have salary less than that. And majority of them have salary 1/10 the amount of the phone cost. किसको दिखाना है? Whom you are showing it? Earn it and then buy it. That is why you see credit card access. Every day you will get a call. Want a credit card, because this is the way in which that globalization is being spread. The moment you have a credit card, you see it for yourself. If you increase the limit of your credit card, your spending will increase. You have more number of credit cards, your spending will increase. Right? This is a basic concept. So debt-ridden lifestyle, environmental stress, overconsumption strains the resources. Right? Overconsumption of resources is happening. So it is straining the resources also. Now, one aspect is this. Like it is leading to aggressive consumer culture. But on the other hand, if you realize, globalization has positive aspects also. Like It is leading to economic growth and jobs like IT software services export has reached to 200 billion. Now this is positive. This is positive, right? Innovation and technology transfer. Now let us say we are talking about buying new aeroplanes, right? Fighter jets. Now Russia is saying that, okay, I will give you transfer of technology also. Now that is also globalization. With respect to Russia also, with respect to other dimensions of nuclear technology also, it did help us. So these things, what I'm telling you is globalization helps you also. Entrepreneurship and startups. Now, a lot of companies which have come up in India are exporting goods, particularly the medium MSMEs export a lot of goods to United States and Europe. So that is basically helping our country also. Cultural exchanges and inclusivity like yoga. Now, you have a yoga day also that is celebrated across the world. That is again what? Globalization, spread of our culture. Education and knowledge access. Now you realize there are a lot of universities like MIT, Stanford, which offer free courses, even artificial intelligence courses. Now you can benefit out of it. Now you will say, sir, we have good teachers in India. Yes, you have. But see, in MIT, if certain courses being taught and you can access freely, you can benefit out of it. So, social awakening and collaboration. Now, social awakening and collaboration, like you always have a lot of conferences, exhibitions, conventions, meetings on basis of climate change, let us say biodiversity. Do you realize this, right? Do you realize this, that these are basically an outcome of globalization, right? Yes, space station also, you realize why. A lot of help has been received from a lot of countries, right? With respect to India's space station development also, absolutely. You can write as many points you want. There is no dearth of points. You understand the structuring of the answer mainly. That is important. Okay, let's move ahead. So you realize this question has been asked in the Srijan Mains also test series. A stimulator test was there. So again, how do you account for the growing fast food industries given that there is increased health concern in modern society? Illustrate your answer with Indian experience. See, what do you mean by fast food? Basically, bache, fast food basically gives you, or let us say those food items which are basically you can, let us say, that can be prepared in a very quick manner, and those are rich in, those have excess amount of, let us say, salt, sugar, or can lead to cholesterol problems and all. So why the fast food basically comes as, normally if you realize conventional food that is prepared, that takes a lot of time. If you want to prepare a vegetable, you will have to again cook them, wait. It takes a lot of time. If you go to McDonald's, if there is no rush over there, it will take hardly 5 minutes for them to get that burger prepared for you. That is what fast food basically came up with. That is why McDonald's, KFC and all, those are known as fast food. Because the things that you receive at a very fast pace. And because of this reason, the back-end stuff is that these are frozen products. These are not fresh. These have preservatives. Because of them, these are not healthy also. Because, see, these items rely only on the fact that they are good to your taste buds. These have not got nothing to do with your health benefits. Please remember that. Fast food, and that is why when we talk about fast food industry, it is these packaged foods. Because if you realize, if you go to McDonald's, they always have a similar taste, the similar size of the bun. Because all these buns and tikkis or these things that they have in their, let us say, restaurants, these are basically from the, let us say, these are distributed to them every day. They receive it in the quantities, millions of quantities, where they have packed and stored and which have been prepared by the central hub, let us say, from the past few months, and that is distributed because it is stored. It has preservatives. That is why it is not healthy also. What Indians have been from the past, let us say, from its cultural perspective also, you realize Indians are the ones who have eat or generally eat what? Fresh vegetables, fresh food. That is the reason why our health has been very good over the centuries or thousands of years. With this globalization, we realize that there is an impact, right? Right? There is an impact where you realize that we have been eating this stored foods, preservatives, and that is one of the reasons why heart attacks are rising. Absolutely correct. Because the trend of these preservative borne fruit, or let us these preservative laden things and food items you are eating, those are very badly impacting you. Now see here, Fast food industries in India are expanding swiftly. National Family Health Survey reports obesity of 24% among the urban adults, and ICMR basically notes over 100 million diabetic patients in India. Now the question comes, what are they asking? How do you account for the growing fast food? This is the first part. First thing is define fast food. Second is the reasons for the growth. Then you mention about increased health concerns and certain examples. These are 3 or 4 parts that you need to understand. Why fast food industries are growing? See, I'll tell you a basic thing. When my marathons are going on the YouTube channel, I had to go to what? Noida, the headquarters, PW headquarters, because I thought the marathons are going to be there, so it would be convenient. When I was going there, I was every day ordering food from outside because marathons were 12 hours. I had to eat. Easy thing was to order a burger and eat. And you realize that is not beneficial or good for my health. For that matter, anybody's health. So why? Because you realize that urbanization and busy work culture. Now, for example, if I have to eat dal, chawal and aloo, I will have to have dal, chawal, aloo, mix them, sit, eat and have a bite. It will take a lot of time. Small burger is there, eaten, done. Because urbanization, growth of economy, corporate culture, busy life, this actually has very much, let us say, in synchronous manner with what? This fast food culture. Because life is very fast. That is why. So, rise, let us say, urbanization, busy work culture, particularly the IT hubs in Bangalore and Hyderabad. I'm mentioning Indian examples because this is mentioned here. So that is why these urbanization and fast food cultures and joints have basically risen in particularly the urban regions. Youth-centric demography, young Indians value taste and affordability over health. They want taste. What should taste good? How it is impacting their health is secondary. Aggressive marketing versus weak health messages. Now you realize everybody knows that it is not good for health, right? But the marketing in which it is done, it is basically helping the companies to sell their products. They hire big celebrities, right? If supposing a big cricketer is endorsing a particular brand of fast food or cold drink, you will feel, oh, this is representing that particular cricketer or that particular celebrity, and that is why you will be buying them. So aggressive marketing is done, right? I was reading a document few years back regarding Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola spends more than 200 crores, used to spend 200 crores every year just on marketing. Now it would have increased even many folds. 200 crores at that time. Right? I'm talking about pre-COVID era. You can just imagine digital delivery platforms. Now, earlier what used to happen? Earlier the restaurants with the Swiggy and all these apps were not there. So you had to go to some restaurant, particularly you might not be interested in going there because you have to dress up, go. Now what has happened is you're sitting at home, the Swiggy, Zomato apps are there. You order anything you want. Now this has basically made it easy for you. You are sitting, opening the app, searching, "Arey, this is good, let us order this." Now this has also led to fast food because it is prepared quickly and delivered at home and you want the taste also. So these technology also coming up has basically led to people using it. And now this has led to rise in obesity, health risk and also, right? Rising income and lifestyle. Now see, incomes are increasing, there is no doubt. The new middle class that has come up, which high incomes in the corporate culture, they're able to spend also the money. And that is why this is one of the reasons the number of these fast food joints chains and have come up in the, particularly the metropolitan cities and even tier 1 cities. Westernization of food habits. Westernization means, please understand, today's time when you see, people tend to see the food that they are eating as a means of their status, right? Supposingly, you are going to a very fine dining restaurant, right? Just let's take an example. Fine dining restaurant, and over there, let us say you have 5 friends along with them, and let us say you say, "Yaar, I am feeling like ordering chole bhature." Other people will look at you, "Oh, chole bhature. Arey, order something, some international dish. Order this, order that." And now you realize that you feel that going with the trend that is going in the world makes you modern and makes you or go with the pace of the world, right? Now, because of that, what happens is our habits of consuming these pizzas and all these things which are not basically beneficial for our health also are basically being adopted by us. That is the impact of the Western culture, because we assume that when the Western world is doing, this is also good, this is modern. So these are the factors which you realize. Again, policy gaps in regulation, weak checks on sugar, salt, trans fats. The government can regulate it now, but it doesn't want, because again, the industry will suffer. So they do not want, because there is a strict effort should be taken from the side of the governments also. Low cost and easy availability, street vendors, quick service. Now, if you go to old Rajendra Nagar, you realize hundreds of small joints are there. Some of them are even cheaper also. You will buy that, then your stomach becomes upset. That is a different scenario. But yes, easy availability, social influence and peer culture. Eating out and ordering fast is close to associated with socialism. See, supposing the people, particularly in the corporate culture, people who are busy in their work also, they realize that when they go out, it is easy for them to talk to other friends also, rather than calling them at home, because then your parents will be there. You might feel little awkward also. So you realize, let's go out and just have coffee and eat something. Now this getting together, socializing, which has increased, has also led to this fast food culture increasing. Whenever you're sitting, you will order coffee. Then you'll say, okay, get French fries also. Okay, then order French fries with peri peri masala. Okay, when you're ordering this, order that mayonnaise and mustard sauce also. And that is the best recipe for a heart attack. Not in a short term, but in a long term, right? Now see, that is why you realize there are certain dimensions. These are certain facts that are present. Let me give you, with respect to these things, you realize India at present is suffering from two aspects. First, on one is malnutrition on one aspect, which are the poor, and obesity with respect to the people who can afford. So we are facing problems from both sides, right? So if you realize, obesity is increasing, diabetes burden, 100+ million people are suffering from diabetes in India. Even 70% of the Indians are facing mental health issues. Why? Please remember, your mental health has very closely to do with your food intake. If you are physically not fit, you are eating all the sugar, you are eating all the junk food, by default, you will be having issues of hypertension, you will be having certain challenges that will even one day or the other time lead to your anxiety and depression also. That is why eating habits are directly responsible to your mental health. So these are the things that you should be knowing. Okay, let's move ahead. Again, these have been very often been in your news channels. This was in your test series also, it has come up. We had done this, right? Okay. Achieving sustainable growth with emphasis on environmental protection comes in conflict with the poor people's needs. See, very important question. Achieving sustainable growth with emphasis on the environmental protection comes in conflict with the poor people's needs in a country. See, if you want to achieve something with respect to development and all, it can come basically in conflict with the poor people's needs, right? Now over here, please see, you can mention about sustainable development and sustainable growth in the beginning, and how sustainable growth with emphasis on environmental protection come in conflict with the poor people. For example, please understand forest dependence. Conservation of forest will basically be going against the rights of the tribals who are living in the forest or the other forest dwellers. You are trying to protect the forest, but you are basically leading to the problems with the rights of the tribals. Yes or no? Which was being done earlier also, before the Forest Rights Act came. Jobs loss in polluting sector, transitioning from coal and thermal power plants. Let us say, this is a very critical question. When you see that, let us say, because of the pollution being caused by coal sector, let us reduce the coal. On a way, you are basically moving towards sustainable growth, but do you realize because of that, millions of people in that sector will lose their jobs? So what is the question trying to say? In the process of sustainable growth, we can harm or basically lead to problems with respect to the people who are poor. Do you realize this? Do you realize this? This is something being happening. Like, first point is, the people who are dependent on the forest, if you want to conserve the forest conservation is important. But when we conserve the forest completely and impose restriction on the utilization of the resources, we will be going against the protection of the rights, let us say, the rights of the tribals. Before the Forest Rights Act 2006 came, this was the problem. Now, even the Forest Rights Act 2006 came, which basically gave community rights, even minor forest product rights. Then also there is issue. Why? Under the Forest Right Act 2006, there are two categories of people that are mentioned majorly. One are the scheduled tribes, who are scheduled tribes in the forest, so they get their rights with respect to the minor forest products. But when we talk with respect to other category, that is other forest dwellers, under the Forest Right Act 2006, other forest dwellers have to show that they have been living in that region for more than 75 years in that forest. If they are not able to show that, in that particular case, they do not get their rights under the Forest Right Act. Right? Now, what is going on in that case is, when they do not get the right, they cannot use the minor forest products, that is small fuel wood or resins or gums, whatever be the case, of fruits. They cannot use that. In that case, we have this provision in order to protect the forest from being overexploited, but in the process of sustainable protection, we are basically taking away the rights of the other forest dwellers. This is something that I've discussed repeatedly in my general studies classes, in the geography lectures, in the anthropology lectures. So these are the things which I have repeatedly mentioned. Job losses in the polluting sector. This again, as I said, transitioning from let us say coal or thermal power plants will basically lead to many of them losing their jobs. Though we are protecting the environment by moving away from the polluting sources, but it will lead to a problem. Green project displacement. Renewable energy projects like solar park, wild farms, dams promote clean energy, yet they often acquire land from small farmers and tribals. See, a very important case study. Recently, this was in the news also in Madhya Pradesh, when the solar parks are being created because you had seen in the study of the solar potential also that it has a very high potential of solar energy being generated. So in that process, what happens is a lot of small farmers are there who are uneducated. Many of them are illiterate, do not know their rights also, and many tribals are present. So what do they do is, many people, particularly the private companies also, are acquiring large lands from there so that they can own their land also and use them as a means of revenue generation later on. But now they use them as solar parks to divert their money from the CSR funds. This is a major reason. So what they do is they buy land, and they are buying land from small farmers. Now the small farmers are paid a very small amount. The tribals, from there, the land is basically converted into the commercial land. The tribals lose their right, the farmers lose their right. The money that they get does not suffice for more than 1 or 2 years. And then they go to poverty. On one hand, you are basically increasing the solar park area or solar potential utilization. On the other hand, you are taking away the land from the poor. Do you understand? Another aspect, supposingly, even if you are constructing small dams, which are, let us say, under small dams are come under the renewable energy. Please remember that. You should know this very, very well. Large dams can be environmentally unsustainable also. Small dams or small hydroelectric power plants come under renewable energy. Now, the construction of small dams also basically lead to a lot of problems. On one hand, being construction of that dams is basically helping to generate electricity at a local level, but that water being stored might harm the communities which are living on the other side, who depend on that water for, let us say, fishing. Right? These have been the cases particularly in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand region. Right? Let's see. Next, on ban on traditional practices. Let us say ban on jhum cultivation. Let's see. Let me give you an example. It's very, very important here. Sir, this taking to marginalize the tribal. Absolutely, this is true. Ban on traditional practices. Please understand, traditional practices over here, let us say the example of jhuming. Jhuming means slash and burn cultivation, right? Now, the slash and burn cultivation means that you have a piece of land. In that particular land, let us say there's a huge land, let us assume. The tribals use this land. Let us say there is all forested here. Complete forestation is there. They use a small land. They clear the forest and they burn that region because certain parts of wood and remains of the tree might be there. They burn the land and then they do cultivation there. Now, what happens is the government assumes that this is against the environment or not environmentally friendly. But you need to analyze that tribals use only a very minimal amount of land. They do not use huge land. And in that process, when they move on to other part also, they keep this land fallow. That means without disturbance for 20 years. So this again is forested. But the government assumes that slash and burn is not friendly, not environmentally sustainable. So they have forced the tribals to move away from this concept. Let us say the Gonds. The Gonds tribe have been traditionally slash and burn agriculturalist, but they have been forced to become settled agriculturalist. Another example, the Khasi tribe practices horticulture. The Khasi tribe used to practice slash and burn in order to do its horticulture practice, but under the pressure of the government, they basically moved to settled horticulture. Now, this basically, even the government has not understood that these basically, when the tribals do it, they have a very close relationship with the nature and it is not disturbing, but they tend to lose their traditional practices of cultivation in the process of government telling them that this is not environmentally friendly. So over here, there is a very good question that it says that in the process of showing that you are environmentally friendly, you are basically harming the interest of the poor people, right? Next, high cost of clean alternatives. Now let us assume, I'll give an example. If you want a cleaner alternative, that might be 10 times more expensive. 10 times more expensive than the normal mechanism of doing it. Do you realize this? So that is another problem. Urban green measures, pollution control such as vehicle ban, demolition of slums, construction halt, improve agriculture. What has that done? That has basically harmed a lot of poor people, their employment. Even the Banjara market that was destroyed in Delhi, you realize that it was a major hub of economic activities. If that had to be destroyed, it should have been moved at a very systematic manner. Now, see, again, policies vary, but people who are harmed are the poor and the vulnerable sections. Fisher folk impact, coastal regulation zones and marine conservative safeguards basically are impacting the traditional fishing practices that the fishermen used to practice. They're putting bans on that. It is basically taking away their livelihood. They worship the sea and the oceans, which a ban is being imposed on them doing certain fishes. So it is basically impacting their culture. It is also impacting their livelihood. So all these things are being impacted. Land use restrictions, protecting the wetlands, coastal regulations and bans have been imposed, which is basically leading to the poor farmers suffering. Long-term versus immediate needs, climate control goals like carbon neutrality secures the future. Now, let us give you an example. Long-term and immediate needs. Right now, the government across the world are focusing on electric, right? Let me tell you right now, electric is unsustainable. If you see the records, recently Supreme Court asked for given impact, how much coal is producing pollution in India. In the process, you are focusing on generation of electric cars and electricization of everything. Give that impact. The reason is right now, if you see the impact of the coal that is generating pollution is much more than the petrol vehicles or the diesel vehicles overall. So right now, from the pollution perspective, more pollution is being generated. That is something very important to understand. Do you understand that? So we need to understand immediate and long-term aspects. So this is again a very beautiful question. It was easy, not difficult. Only a certain set of analysis was required. That is why see over here, I have used certain dimensions, regional studies where I had drawn in the class also with respect to these red corridors region, which are mineral rich. There have been certain bans with respect to the forested regions where the tribals are suffering. We had done the case study also. With respect to Dehradun also, I had explained these regions. So this was something important. Okay. Last question. Tribal development in India center around two axes, those of displacement and rehabilitation. Give your opinion. This is the last question. Please listen to this very carefully. Now, this is something I do in general studies also. This is something that I do my geography classes also. This is something I do in my anthropology classes also. So most of the questions which have come up have surrounded in the subjects that I teach. Now, important thing is here, before I do this question, when I talk about tribals, please understand, the question is, what is the question? It says that tribal development is centered around two aspects or two axes, which is one, displacement and rehabilitation. Now see here very well. They have asked you to justify this. Please understand this very well. This is something very important. This is the last question and listen to this very carefully. They said that, does the tribal displacement deal with only two aspects, that is displacement and rehabilitation, justify? The answer you need to understand is not true. The reason behind it is that tribal development means you give them infrastructure, facilities, their rights to the land and everything. It does not mean displacing them and rehabilitating them. That is not true development. Do you understand that? If I am giving certain facilities to the tribals, giving them schemes in the regions they lie, that is development, respecting their rights. Let us say Niyamgiri Hills, you realize that where in Odisha, please understand, Vedanta group was given the task of mining the Niyamgiri Hills, where the Khonds tribe live. Now, was that mining taking place helping the tribals over there? No, it was destroying their culture, because they used to worship the Niyamgiri Hills. For them, the forest there was basically a source of fruits, fuel wood also. The Supreme Court imposed a ban on the mining over there, because they said that it goes against the rights of the Khonds tribe. In that particular case, you realize that that is the true autonomy and the respecting the rights of the tribal as their development. Yes, you can give them certain facilities based on what they need, not imposing on them, not destroying their culture. It is not what, just tell me one thing. Supposingly, Khonds tribe had been picked up by the police and settled somewhere else. That means displacement and rehabilitation. Would that mean a true development of the tribals? No. Why? Because you have basically destroyed their relationship with that particular region. You've destroyed their life. You've destroyed their livelihood. You have destroyed their worship means. You've destroyed everything. So how can that be development? So please understand, yes, if the tribals are displaced, rehabilitation of them is an important part. But true development is where they are, giving them facilities, giving them all what is required. If they do not want, do not intervene also. That is also important. Over there, tribal Panchil given by Jawaharlal Nehru becomes important. So see here, I will be giving you certain things that I've mentioned in my anthropology sections also, in my GS classes also. I have mentioned over here PISA, all the acts, the schemes, the committee, Kaka committee report, Lokur committee report, Saxena committee report, though it might be not visible right now because these are the screenshots, but these are done in class. These are all the PM Janman scheme which was launched for PBTG development. Over here, what is displacement? That is mentioned. Over here, realize Saxena committee report has given that total displacement of the Indians that have taken place, 56% are tribals. So all the content which is present here, I have already mentioned them in my various lectures in GS, anthropology and geography. Now see here, tribal development is shaped by paradoxes. Now please understand, this is not true development. Tribal development centers around displacement and rehabilitation. So you have to mention over here where the displacements are taking place and how they are being rehabilitated. That means you will mention over here displacement due to dams, mining. Over here, I have mentioned all these points. See, illegal due to development induced displacement, illegal land alienation, all these points are mentioned here in the class itself. So over here, mega infrastructure project displacement, hydropower project displacement. So these are those where displacement has taken place and you're rehabilitating them. But it does not mean that this is true displacement, true development, because livelihood empowerment, education access, infrastructure development, multi-sectoral tribal development, skill development, even Eklavya model, Eklavya residential school model helps to increase their what? Increase their education level, literacy. PM Janman scheme basically helps in the PVTG development, all the 75 PVTGs across country through all the basic amenities. So all these things are basically the true development, not merely displacement and rehabilitation. This was, according to me, at the last, let me tell you, complete geography and complete society section. this were completely manageable, I would put it into easy to little bit more than easy, let us say easy to moderate, because you had to link certain things. Geography was very easy, society, certain questions were tricky, but you could have managed. Everything which is done over here, I was showing you the screenshots, I was showing you the evidences that see, this has been done in class, this is how it has been done. Geography, society, in both the parts. My free YouTube lectures are there on this particular channel. Along with it, see, I'll be coming with economic geography lectures. Also, I'll be coming with the physical geography lectures. This is free of cost. Use them, benefited, and achieve your goal. That is what I will tell you. I would put them again, a very relatively easy paper and nice paper. You could have managed it, provided that you have done your basics, you have done your, let us say, foundation well. So, first thing what you have to do, your, as I told you earlier also, first thing is doing your NCRTs well, doing your standard books or the teachers what you have taught, the current affairs, and your answer writing and your mocks along with your revision. That is what is required. Clear? Now, certain questions you want to ask, you can ask. I'm giving you 2 minutes. So, how do you value additional answers in your bache? This comes with time. I add value addition through the newspapers which I read. I keep on adding these things. When you revise your even current affair magazines, you can basically improve using them also. These case studies and these things are basically picked up from there only, right? These are the value additions. When you do the static content, you can add these things through current affairs magazines or the newspapers that you read. This is a major source. All these things have been mentioned from there. Clear? And from there only the question are asked also. Clear? Now see. Okay. Just to tell them, there are various UPSC foundational courses. For 1 year 2026, you have Prahar in English, Prahar in Hindi, and Titan batch in English. Now, this is a 1 year comprehensive course where all the foundation subjects are done, which is right now discount is going on with 9,999. 2 years, 2024, 2027, those who are targeting Sankalp in English, Sankalp in Hindi, and Pinnacle batch is a 2 years course in English, 13,499, right? Along with it, you have the 3 year Prarambh course, which is in English also and Hindi also, which is 31,999, 31,999, right? Srijan are those again for the repeaters batch. You have the test series and the mentorship for 9,999, and again you have it over here in Hindi also. Again, exhaustive test series is there, which you realize a lot of questions had come. In the test series from the test series itself, right? So last is Jai Hind, right? Okay. So few questions. How to interlink the subjects? Bache, for interlinking, a very important thing is first, you should have read those subjects well. If you do not have the knowledge of the subjects, you cannot interlink also, right? Interlinking comes. How does interlinking comes? Interlinking comes when you have knowledge of subject, another subject also, some other subjects also. Then you can possibly link. If you have no knowledge of the subjects, how can you interlink? First things. Second thing that comes is that for that revision is required, right? So preparing for 2030. 2030. Okay. Any batch or guidance. But there are certain things you can do is, first is, there is 3 year course that is there. That is Prarambh. Every year even you are in the college also, you can use that. Every single year as you move ahead. First year, your basics are cleared. Second year, again, advanced concepts are done where a lot of exhaustive answer writing. Third year, your optional is done along with more preparation. So best would be a Prarambh batch for you, whether it is in English also, it is in Hindi also. Clear? That is what I can do. Okay, bache, I guess you have understood. I guess I tried my best to make you understand what was the requirement of this examination. And I would expect you to work really hard. You are studying from whichever place, whichever teacher, all teachers try to give their best. You can make the utilization of PW resources also, or whatever place you are studying. It is up to you, because see, we are there to guide you, any candidate, whether he is a student of PW or not. Our motive is to help and guide the students. We tried our best in this lecture that you can understand all these things, right? This is the first step. Obviously, I take geography on this particular YouTube channel in English. My lectures will be other lectures will be available here after the polity series is over. And obviously, I take anthropology optional and society and social justice also. So we'll be meeting and hopefully on this particular channel, right? Tell me I will get success. Oh, bache, Bache, please, a candidate has asked a very beautiful thing. He has asked, sir, please tell me, will I get success? Bache, remember everything. One very important thing with respect to success. For you to be successful, you should trust yourself first. That is the first mantra. You have to fight yourself. You have to improve yourself. You have to give the exam. You have to revise. And you have to get the result. We are there as people who will hold your hand and take you and tell you what to do and what not to do. So it is you. I always tell you, we are not the ones who create toppers. We are not the ones who tell because of us people are qualifying. No. You qualify because of yourself, your effort, but we are there to guide you. If you are ready to work hard, you will definitely achieve something good in life. Okay? Take care and lots of love from my side. I'll be always there on this particular English channel of PW, that is PW OnlyIAS English. Take care. At the end, as I always say, Jai Hind.